La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
How do you make an impact? How do you create change? Real, meaningful, positive change in the world around us. It starts with a truly diverse group of talented people, creating a workplace where everyone belongs and thrives. It starts with a hunger to learn, striving to develop our expertise and hone our skills, always wanting more. It starts with a shared purpose, to make the most of our energy and resources and build a more resilient and sustainable future. It starts with turning ambitions into actions, getting things done with speed and simplicity for our customers, our partners, our communities, making our mark on the world. It starts with open minds, thinking differently and deeply about how the world works and why, and learning every day. It starts with collaboration and trust, because when we work together, we make the impossible possible. Impact is not just for today. It's about generational change and leaving the world in a better place for the ones that come next. Because what we do today will change tomorrow. Schneider Electric. Impact starts with us.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
How do you make an impact? How do you create change? Real, meaningful, positive change in the world around us. It starts with a truly diverse group of talented people, creating a workplace where everyone belongs and thrives. It starts with a hunger to learn, striving to develop our expertise and hone our skills, always wanting more. It starts with a shared purpose, to make the most of our energy and resources and build a more resilient and sustainable future. It starts with turning ambitions into actions, getting things done with speed and simplicity for our customers, our partners, our communities, making our mark on the world. It starts with open minds, thinking differently and deeply about how the world works and why, and learning every day. It starts with collaboration and trust, because when we work together, we make the impossible possible. Impact is not just for today. It's about generational change and leaving the world in a better place for the ones that come next. Because what we do today will change tomorrow. Schneider Electric. Impact starts with us.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Luisa Luca. I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager with Business Review magazine, and on behalf of the entire BR team, we want to thank you for joining us today at the 11th edition of Foreign Investor Summit. It's one of our flagship events. As a short overview, foreign direct investments in Romania have drastically decreased in 2023, a descendant trend that continued in the first half of 2024. And among the just few threats that factored in this decrease are the post-pandemic effects, the war in Ukraine, and the energy crisis, same as in European economy as a whole. Even so, with less FDIs across Europe, we mentioned that Romania was on the 5th place regarding the number of foreign investments projects on the continent. We cannot imagine a better time to have an insightful talk about the future of FDIs in Romania and the threats, because the threats could turn out to be opportunities in the following years. Romania is set to attract billions of FDIs, as it has a strong position to participate to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. It has a huge and fast program of infrastructure investments, a workforce which is still affordable, lower prices in real estate than Poland or Hungary, and offers good opportunities for horizontal development of new business. On the other hand, the lack of perspective for the end of Ukrainian war and also the local fiscal uncertainties may fuel the further development decrease of FDIs. At this edition of Foreign Investor Summit, each of the dialogue sessions is tailored to facilitate in-depth discussions, sharing the best practices and exploring innovative solutions while addressing the challenges faced by each industry. The agenda is designed to offer a detailed understanding of the Romanian market, covering investment opportunities, financing options, workforce challenges, and the growing importance of sustainability in the business. I don't want to keep you longer because we have amazing and remarkable speakers and partners, which I want to thank for joining us today. And now I will give the floor to our special guest, Mr. René Schob, Partner Head of Tax and Legal at KPMG Romania, who will announce the speakers in the panel. I'm sure we will have insightful conversations and amazing ideas today. And thank you for joining us. René, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to host this first session where we are talking about Romania on the investors map. I think we have panelists who will provide us with very deep insights from various angles, and will fill the room hopefully with ideas as well, but for sure with a lot of facts and figures. To my left, first His Excellency Mr. Niculescu, the State Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is also the National Coordinator for Romania's OECD accession. Then Mr. Marius Cara, Head of the European Investment Bank. He leads the office in Bucharest. Then Victoria Zinchuk, Director and Head of Romania of EBRD. To her left, we have Alexandru Nazare, Senator and newly elected board member also of the National Bank of Romania. Then the President of the Foreign Investors Council, FIC, Daniel Angel. And last but not the least, where the capital flows, Mr. Radu Hanga, the President of the Board of BVB, Bucharest Stock Exchange, and also Chairman of the Board of the Federation of Euro-Asian Stock Exchanges. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen. I would like to first maybe address a topic which we read recently very often. It's about the accession of OECD. And maybe you could put a bit of light into the whole accession process, into OECD, and also where we are there, what are the current challenges, what were the challenges?
working. Yeah. Thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm very grateful to Business Review for this invitation and to participate in this panel with such distinguished panelists. As you know, and as you said, I'm in charge with Romanian accession process to OECD, and I will tell you a few words about where we stand in this process, because it has a lot to do with good governance, economic confidence, business, and also investment. OECD, as you know, is an international organization created immediately after the Second World War, and its first aim at the time was to implement the Marshall Plan in Europe. At the time, it's true that the name of this organization was a bit different. It was the Organization for Economic Cooperation in Europe. The name was changed a few years later in 1961 because the Marshall Plan was ended and the organization wanted to enlarge to more countries than just the European ones. So in 1961, OECD was created. Its aim is to elaborate policies in order to improve the life of the citizens. Its slogan is better policies for better lives. The OECD is sometimes presented, and I'm often hearing that, is presented as a club of rich countries, a rich men's club, because the OECD includes countries that account for 70% of world trade and 90% of the value of capital investment. But the OECD, it's about more than material wealth. It is about a broad, very comprehensive expertise in almost all areas of public life. It's a unique platform for member states to work together. And not just for the member states, because there are about 100 countries in the world that benefit from OECD expertise to find concrete solutions to some common issues. And I should say that for Romania, the accession to OECD is our most strategic ambition, objective at a national level after our accession to NATO and to the European Union. And there is a very strong, broad-based political commitment to OECD membership, and this despite the very strong and quite complex electoral context this year. There is a special committee who was set up in the parliament for supporting the OECD accession process, and in this committee we can find representatives from all the political parties represented in the Romanian parliament. Where we are now, you ask where we are now. So we were invited to start the accession process. It was in January 2022. I remember very well this day because I was in Paris at the time. I was in my office. At the time I was the Romanian ambassador to France, and as an ambassador to France, I was also in charge to start the process of accession. And I remember very well this day of the 25th of January. There was a council meeting at the OECD. That means the ambassadors of the OECD were gathered together, and on their agenda they had this topic starting the enlargement topic, the enlargement process. But they already had this topic on their agenda several times for several years, so I wasn't so sure. But I was happy when one of the ambassadors texted me and said me, "Look, at this time is done. We are all agreeing for opening the accession process for Romania and some other countries, because we are in the same. There are several other countries in the same situation as ours. So Croatia, Bulgaria, Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and now 2 other countries which was added this year, Indonesia and Thailand. So all these 8 countries are in process of accession to OECD. So this was the beginning in January 22, and this is also how I lost my job as an ambassador to Paris, because I was called back to Bucharest to find a new one, which is national coordinator for the accession process of Romania. And this is, I should say, this is one of the most interesting activities in a lifetime, because OECD covers all the aspects one can imagine. Good governance, environment, digitalization, agriculture, investments, fiscal policy, health, education. Everyone has heard about PISA tests, didn't we? And currently, there are 26 OECD committees evaluating Romania from all these areas. They are in very close contact with our country. the Romanian institutions, of course, but also the business environment, the academic one, the civil society, and many other areas. We have received more than 100 missions of evaluation so far from all these committees, and the Romanian experts and also a lot of head of institutions are going to the OECD for the so-called accession reviews. It's like an exam where Romania has to answer to the questions of the 38 states member of the OECD. And I'm quite proud to say that we have managed to maintain a good pace of the process. So far we have closed 6 chapters out of 26, Committee for Senior Budget Officials, the Committee for Regional Development Policy, the Steel Committee, Shipbuilding Committee, Competition Committee, very important, and also the Consumer Policy Committee. And until the end of this year, we are scheduled for more and more evaluations in important areas such as digital policy, education, health, and I'm confident that we will be able to finish some more committees. I'm also sure that you want to know when Romania will join the organization, because this is a question which is quite often asked. Well, there is no established or fixed limit for the accession process, and based on the experience of other countries, it may take from 3-4 years to even 8 or 9 years. It depends on a number of factors, including, of course, how fast the candidate country implements the recommendations resulting from the evaluations in the OECD committees. Usually it takes less time for the European candidates to join the OECD because we have the European acquis, but nevertheless it should be noted that for the current accession process, for the ongoing accession process, OECD has established stricter accession criteria. It's difficult for us, it's more difficult for us than it was for countries who joined the OECD 20 or 30 years ago. For example, countries who joined the OECD in the 90s, they had 3 committees reviewing them. So we have 26. There is a bit of difference. But if the pace will be kept, and given the dynamic character of the process, I'm confident that we have good chances to be there within the minimum limit of 3-4 years. Therefore, a reasonable perspective to finalize the technical process will be 2026. I will say a few words to finish about the benefits of being a member of the OECD. And I will start by telling you a story about a very, very, very high OECD official whom I asked one evening. I was with several other representatives of candidate countries, and I asked him, okay, what the accession will bring to us? And he answered, you know, the simplest answer is more money in your pocket. So more money in your country's pocket, actually, because by joining the OECD, of course, Romania will have access to some other funds. There are investment funds. There are countries for which OECD membership is a must for investment. And we will see this after accession. But it's not just about money. It's about having a better administration in Romania. We will have a better governance in Romania. We will have a better country rating in Romania, because Romania's membership to the OECD will also translate into improved ratings and better access to capital markets for the state and companies. Better confidence of investors in Romania. Also, we will be directly connected to the most valid global source of economic expertise. We will have also access to the latest data and statistics. Romania will have access to the world's largest and most trusted source of comparable statistical data, and of course exchange of best practices. Will participate in the 300s. There are something like 300 committees in the OECD, and we will participate in them. And also very, very important, participation in the OECD standard setting, because Romania will contribute to developing new and revised OECD standards that span almost all areas of governance, from anti-corruption, environment, tax, public governance, and many, many other areas. So OECD is an organization with global reach. OECD is assuring the Secretariat for the G20, for example. So Romania, we will be part of all this. I hope I wasn't too long, and thank you so much.
Maybe as a follow-up question, briefly on these benefits, would you see them being there available as of the moment of accession, or already now during the process or towards the end of the process to kick in, for instance, with the country risk factors and so on to be improved?
There are some progress and some interactions, some good interactions you can see during the accession process itself. There are so we are not starting from scratch. When we were invited to start the accession process, we were also already participating in something like 50 OECD committees and working groups, and some of them we are quite well placed. For example, the competition committee. I was telling about the competition committee, and for example, so we joined the competition. We passed the exam, and the Romanian Competition Council is an associate member of the competition committee for something like 10 years, and now the president of the competition council is one of the vice president of this competition committee. Also for what it concerns the fight anti-corruption. Romania has joined the anti-bribery convention last year, which is one of the most important legal instruments around the world, and Romania has joined it, and now the Romanian specialists experts from the Ministry of Justice are also members in the board of the on the working group of bribery from the OECD. So we can see this improvement based on the interactions that we already have with the OECD during the accession process. So we won't have to wait until the accession itself to have all these benefits.
This is very good news, and I think also Daniel, you as president of the Foreign Investors Council, are sharing the good news. I know you prepared some insights since you daily deal with foreign direct investments. And figures with regards to business sentiment, competitiveness, and so on. What could you share with us?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Not sure. So, yeah, you can hear me well. I'm not sure if the presentation would be shared with all of the audience from a technical perspective. Yes, perfect. And sorry for the language I prepared in Romanian, and then I've recently found out that I need to speak in English, so that will be no problem. I will do a mix, Romanian and English. Romanian on the slides and English right now. And of course, I'm very happy to be in this esteemed group of personalities. Thank you for inviting us. I will give you a snapshot on foreign direct investments from the perspective of our council, Foreign Investor Council. In Romania. We saw recently a number of elements. I'm going to show them. The macro view, I'm not sure you can see it, but I will definitely give you more hints on that. We are doing, at the Foreign Investor Council, we are doing an annual FDI report where we make a snapshot of the most important elements that has been seen in the recent part of the economy and the trends that are coming from the investor perspective. In the last report, which was issued at the beginning of this year, we saw a number of elements, which are not surprising, but it's good to have a summary on that. Romania has shown resilience on the face of the challenges in the last years. We see that after an expected recession in 2020, we had that V element going in 2021 to 5.5% GDP growth. But what is concerning us after 2022, which was a record year, 10 billion euro investments, we saw a decline in 23 and also in 24. We still face high inflation rates, high deficits, and rising public debt. And the macroeconomic, the regulatory framework, the size of the market, public services, technology, infrastructure are all equally important when investors are deciding which is the location they would like to invest in. Going further, possibly you see this much better. Like I said, in 24, FDI attracted by Romania fell by 21.3% in the first 7 months to euro 3.1 billion, according to National Bank. And this decline is connected to 2023 as a comparison data, a year when Romania reached 6.7 billion euros, while the record year, like I said, was 2022. So we see in the last years, in the last 2 years, a decline of the foreign direct investment. However, Romania is ranking well in many other categories or analysis made by the investors. But of course, like I said, there are a number of concerns, and Romania should look to those concerns in a more constructive and positive way. Hopefully the new government will take this into account. We rank last in our Central Eastern European region as FDI per capita. So comparison with Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, we are still behind them significantly in per capita investment. We have significant disparities, you saw those on the slides, between the regions. More than 60% of the inflow of FDI is located in Bucharest and Ilfov, while the other counties are less favored by investors. We need to attract FDI that brings more value-added industries or services throughout the economy. And the Romanian competitiveness is affected by public infrastructure. Of course, we know we require significant public investments, but also by unpredictable legislative changes. And of course, we need more digitalization in the public sector administration. That's nothing surprising. Like René was saying, in every 6 months, we do at FIC a business sentiment index with our members. And we saw lately, the last business sentiment index was done end of September, and we saw stagnation in the appetite to invest or to grow the investments, and rather preserving the existing investments. The response from our members showed that the trend to put those investments at hold was obvious. You see the numbers. I can also quote them. 36% of respondents are planning to increase the investments over the next 12 months. This is the lowest level recorded so far since 2020. And in 2020 we had pandemic. 43% of companies will say that they are keeping the investments at the same level as last year, while 22% will reduce it. At the same time, 71% of companies will continue to cut costs over the coming period. So another trend that we saw it more and more among the members. Projects in Romania are becoming less attractive compared to similar locations. And when I'm saying similar, it's mostly Central and Eastern Europe. Then compared with our last business sentiment index, 44% in October compared to 53% in March 24. So again, a decline into those numbers. 24% of respondents consider Romania less attractive, like I said, than the location in the region. However, Romania remains uncompetitive due to bureaucracy and inconsistent policy enforcements, 80%, which is a high number. Regulatory burden, 64%. And last but not the least, taxation infrastructure with 50%. The availability of labor force is the only factor, strange enough, considered competitive, 62%. The main reason for this decline of the investor perception remain high in terms of regulatory uncertainty, 80%. So the predictability of imposing a number of legislative changes is definitely penalized by the investors. Taxation, 70%. So these two elements brought down the decline, of course, among the others. I will stress here the fact that we as Foreign Investor Council, we analyzed the negative impact of the turnover tax before the implementation. We went to the government 1 year before, so last year, showing our analysis on various industries. However, the turnover tax became real, unfortunately. Still, there was a promise that the turnover tax will stay just for 1 year. We, in fact, are right now sending a letter to the President and to all the public officials that that promise, we hope that it will be sort of completed by the next government, hopefully. Why I'm saying that? The turnover tax proved to be much less of an impact to collecting the budget. The numbers were much lower than the ones predicted. They predicted 6 billion. And in the last 3 quarters, there were only 1.8 billion. Why? Because the dynamics in the economy and the business works. So we stress that the turnover tax should be taken out of our legislation, and I'm sure Mr. Luca Niculescu can complete me here, saying that this is not an OECD member approach in turnover taxation. On a more positive note, the majority of respondents, 65%, expect their business turnover to increase still in the coming year compared to the previous year, with 66% expecting growth in the domestic market and 50% expecting growth and 44% expecting stagnation in the export market. So there is a bet on the local market versus the export, and we can see what is happening with Germany, and with the slowdown and all the automotive sector, it's started to be affected. So this is not a surprise that most of the investors are right now betting on the local market. However, here the new government will have an important role in establishing the new tax policy and what will be the elements that are going to be adopted, because that will also influence consumption and the local market, possibly. At the end of October, the government announced a fiscal plan connected with what I was saying, saying that in 7 years there will be the reduction of the deficit from 8%, which is the number for 24, the estimated number for 24, because Romania is still in the public budget deficit procedure, also with a number of the EU countries. So they promised that in 7 years we'll reach 2.5% budget deficit, which is of course an ambitious target. And in every year there will be a number of tax amendments to what we have already in the fiscal code. For next year, 25, there will be 1.1 billion RON to be collected in addition to the state budget, which is 23 billion RON. So I will let you to do the calculations where they are taking from. And of course, this will come in phases until they reach 7 years. Yeah. The new fiscal policy amendments will be around the World Bank report. At least this would be the element as the basic element. We expect, as the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience is mentioning, we expect that changes are going to affect possibly increase in taxation on a number of fields. Could be income tax, could be VAT, could be other areas as well. Of course, less appetite for those exemptions or exemptions that we have already in the fiscal code. Those will be minimized and get to zero. And the threshold for micro companies, and they will expect from that transition from the micro companies to profit tax companies to also collect more taxes. In conclusion, I will stop here, just giving you a snapshot of what the FIG membership shows, and the respondents that were making this business sentiment index possible. In conclusion, the long-term development will very much depend on a large extent on attracting FDI, but attracting FDI is not a game with only one role. You need a package such as the investors will be sort of enhanced to come and invest in Romania, because competition among the member states in the EU is definitely fierceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for providing us with, let's say, a foreign director's view of the ones who are already here and the concerns. I may share a thought about it. I've been invited to a roadshow in Asia to represent Romania and to talk to potential foreign investors. And it was quite surprising that in several countries, the investors told us that how less they know about Romania. And it was even more surprising that smaller countries around us were much better with regards to PR in those countries than we were perceived as Romania. And when they heard about the facts, what Romania actually can offer, they were, I wouldn't say surprised, but I think interested even. And there is just a small positive strength, I think, to be told also in the outside world, and maybe not necessarily always in the target markets, in order to attract foreign direct investment. And my question also to the European Investment Bank, you recently had a survey, and there you found out also the strength of Romania, right? And maybe we focus from the challenges which come from the existing foreign direct investors, now also maybe to the strength which could attract more direct investment.
Yes, that's true. EIB conducts every year an investment survey in all of the EU member states, and this survey is conducted among the local companies. Yeah, so it's in a way complementary to the view that we have just heard from the Foreign Investor Council. And if I were with you in Asia to talk to potential investors there, I would give them 3 reasons for why to invest in Romania. First, Romania has a strategic location and it's a member of the European Union. Secondly, it has a robust and growing economy, and it's already the largest economy in Southeast Europe. Thirdly, it has a very skilled and competitive labor force, and in some areas it still has a cost advantage. But just to come back to the EIB survey, the most recent one looks at 2023, and it has a number of encouraging signs, as you mentioned. It finds that Romanian firms are investing in innovation, they are investing in climate change and adaptation, and that they are investing in skills. It also finds that what are the challenges that the local companies see in terms of investing, because investment by the firms in Romania is still the lowest in Europe. Yeah. But just to give you some example, when it comes to innovation, Romanian firms are adopting the Internet of Things at a higher pace than the EU average. They are in line with EU average when it comes to the use of big data and artificial intelligence, and also virtual reality. But they are leveraging less when it comes to 3D printing, robotics, digital platforms, and drones, which highlights some potential areas for investment, yeah, where foreign investment could be complementary. In the area of climate change and energy efficiency, half of the Romanian firms are already investing in tackling the effects of climate change and reducing their carbon footprint, and even a larger proportion, about 2/3, are planning to boost the investment in the next years. And this is the planned investment is above the EU average. However, Romanian companies have challenges, and one of the biggest challenges is the availability of finance. Romania lags behind when it comes to bank intermediating, so I think the average is lower than in the Balkans, and these are, these are gaps that multilateral lending institutions such as EBRD and EIB are currently addressing. This explains the fact, for example, that EIB had a record year in Romania in 2023 when our committed finance exceeded 4 billion euros, or which is the equivalent of about 1.3% of the GDP.
So if we stay in the banking environment and move to EBRD exactly on this topic, also infrastructure, geolocation, and if we focus a bit on your areas, where do you want to help Romanian businesses to grow in the next years? Also considering infrastructure maybe, or also the whole green investment part.
Well, to continue on the topic of how much we invest, for EBRD, Romania is actually strongly becoming one of the candidates to become one of our top 5 countries of operations, which is very impressive, knowing that we have more than 30 countries to choose from. This year, we probably will be around number 6 in the top 6, and depending on the final results of the year, this year could be either the most exceptional year in terms of their annual investments that we do in the country in the last 30 years. So we may not reach this top target that we have set for ourselves, but when we speak about the actual numbers, that's around between 700 to 750 million euros per year of EBRD's own financing that has been invested in the country, hopefully by the end of this year. It's interesting when you speak about infrastructure, because many people think that EBRD is an infrastructure bank, which is actually totally not the case, and totally not the case here in Romania, because so far, up until today, we have invested around 600 million this year in the Romanian economy, of which only 80 million invested in public sector projects, and mainly with the local municipalities, which means that EBRD, in the last couple of years, 90% of everything that we have invested in EBRD was invested in private sector. In terms of the sectors and emerging sectors that we see and going forward, where do we see most of the growth where EBRD will be supporting their clients in private and public sector? The emerging sector that for us is already, up until now, for this year, accounting for 50% of what we have done in Romania is energy. Energy sector, particularly renewable energy sector, is booming. We have invested so far 180 million euros in the renewable energy projects for the total of 1 gigawatt in the country, which attracted co-financing of 1 billion euros. For this year alone. We have also supported the Ministry of Energy, which is very much supporting the idea of the auctions that probably many of you are aware of. EBRD has been providing technical assistance and enabling the auctions, and we assume that this is something that will continue bringing the investor appetite and having Romania being one of the countries to go to We have clients coming from not just European countries, but even from Middle East, looking at Romania when we speak about renewable energy. There are opportunities there not just to think about renewable energy, wind, solar. Yes, everybody talks about it, but what about the storage? Everybody is saying, yes, we know that storage needs to be invested into. We don't really see the investments yet, but definitely I think in the next couple of years, 2 to 3 years, we will hear more and more solutions that will be coming up in terms of the storage, and this is where we would like to provide financing. Now, Romania's industry now accounts for around 20% versus 30%, I think, back in 2014, 2015. I'm aware and I'm very interested in the strategy that the Romanian government has in terms of bringing industry back and actually increase the level of industrialization in the country. Clearly, the complexity of the industry is something that Romania needs to go towards, because at this point in time, cost competitiveness and looking at sort of very simple solutions is not something that Romania will win in the medium to long term. And when we look at how many decision makers, particularly in their regions, and I think that here we need to really look at places like Oradea, you know, that has really invested in the idea of developing the industrial parks, and then investors come. And then when investors come, we see more and more how these investors are discovering indeed the potential of Romania in terms of the workforce, in terms of complexity of operations that can be later on introduced in the country. So in that sense, I'm surprised, but I see this as an opportunity for the renewable energy components manufacturers to start looking at Romania as the place to be, because clearly, you know, if we speak about energy sector as a whole, we cannot just limit ourselves to think that this is just about wind, solar. Okay, we're aware about Romanian advantages in terms of being one of the largest countries in the EU in terms of the gas reserves. So clearly this country has this huge upside. So for us, we're looking to finance this green, as you have mentioned, industry, and the greening of the industry, decarbonization of the various companies, both in private and public sector. But we would like to encourage our existing clients and future clients to really look at the R&D and think about the solutions that will really push the limits, push the boundaries, because we do see very strong investor appetite across many, many sectors. Okay, agriculture, I think at this point in time is not probably the sector where I see EBRD investing strongly, but we're looking now how to finance agriculture indirectly through the banks. And this is something that I would love EBRD to bring to the table in the next year or two maximum. All in all, I remain more optimistic than the existing foreign investors in the country. I do see that there is definitely a shift in terms of the realization what Romania can offer. And then when we look at the numbers, when we really look at the numbers, how the country is now catching up and in terms of the convergence, and when we look at the comparison with some of the EU countries, I am very surprised because we are now working on a country strategy, new country strategy, and we have the new country diagnostics that will soon be publicly available. And I ask our economists, so you're comparing Romania here with Czechia, Slovakia, Slovenia, what about Poland, you know? So I actually see that Romania is outperforming on certain criteria Poland, and this is something that we don't actually talk about here in Romania. We say that Romania is a second Poland, but we don't actually focus on the fact that there are really a lot of investors that are coming, that looking at Romania, maybe not yet ready to invest, and of course, the fact that we are in the election cycle, of course, this is a natural situation where people may be a little bit more reluctant. Of course, the predictability remains an issue. Of course, the taxation is unlikely to go back to where it used to be years before, but at the same time, the investments that the government at this point in time is doing in the infrastructure, in the transport sector, I'm pretty much sure that in the next few years will start yielding the results. So in the meantime, we stand by to support Romania and looking forward to continue investing in the Romanian economy, hopefully to the extent of 1 billion a year. At least this is my objective, and then let's see if we can achieve it.
Thank you very much for this commitment also. And just to make the final step to the arch of financing, the Bucharest Stock Exchange really saw a surge in the last years. And I would be interested to hear from you, what is the stock exchange doing in order to attract more foreign direct investments? Do you have initiatives, programs which are running to even increase more?
I would say that we are doing, when we are looking at both companies and investors, because at the end of the day, that's what the stock exchange is doing, linking companies with the investors. We are trying to do that balancing act between local and foreign. We know that we live in a complex world, which is somehow, I would say, becoming more local. And I heard Foreign Investors Council saying that foreign companies operating in Romania are looking more and more to the local market. Victoria was talking about the shifts that are happening globally, and I think that these are impacting us. What the stock exchange is doing, again, doing this balancing between local and foreign, and we do that looking both at companies and at the investors. When we look at companies, of course, stock exchanges, especially here in the region, we talk about national stock exchanges. One country, one stock exchange, that's the profile of the region. And that means that local stock exchanges are focusing mostly on local companies. And here I would like to add a bit of color, because we say that foreign companies are starting to focus more on local market. And I would say that this is the place where the stock exchange can help in terms of positioning. And we see companies listed in Bucharest, companies like OMV Petrom, companies like EBRD Societe Generale, like Premier Energy, which are using Bucharest Stock Exchange not only as a financing platform, but also as a positioning platform. Because again, we live in a world where it is important to send a message that you are local, and being listed on the stock exchange, that helps the company sending the message not only to the investors, but also to the consumers, that it is local, it is acting locally. That's about companies, what we are doing there. And if we look at the investors, and I would look at what Luca said before, OECD access will help. We have just been upgraded 3 years ago by FTSE Russell at emerging market status. We are looking at MSCI. All these steps are helping us getting closer to foreign investors which are looking to invest here. And if we look at the stock exchange, we see that something like 25% of the turnover is generated currently by the foreign investors. I would say a flat evolution. We see no increase, no decrease. What we see, and which is very important for us, the footprint on the local market is growing. Again, talking about the importance of the local market, we see the number of accounts open to the Bucharest Stock Exchange going up from, we had something like 50,000 accounts 5 years ago. Now we are at 220,000. So a very strong growth. Again, when we talk about the fact that the stock exchange helps the listed companies to position themselves, it's very important the size of the audience, how many people are looking at the Bucharest Stock Exchange. So we say that if 5 years ago there were 50,000 Romanians looking at the companies listed at the Bucharest Stock Exchange, now we talk about 200,000 Romanians. So briefly, that's what we are doing, getting closer to both local and foreign companies and investors, trying to bring them together, trying to take advantage of the visibility the Bucharest Stock Exchange can offer to the companies that are operating locally. I hope you answered to your question.
Thank you very much. Having now this kind of challenges, heard about challenges, wish lists, concerns, and also strength, I think it's worth to also talk to you, Mr. Nazare, about the framework. So we are basically all investing into a framework to a certain extent, where you, as a former Minister of Finance, now newly elected board member of BNR, can for sure add also how you see the framework of the Romania from a politics point of view, from a macroeconomic point of view, is also going forward, so to help to attract foreign direct investment.
I hope I can. Oh, it's fine. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. I will give you first an insight from Daniel's presentation, because he was talking about V growth starting 2021, and I was part of the base of the V, as being appointed in December 2020 as Minister of Finance, and I was inheriting a GDP of 1,054 billion. And now the GDP is 1,700 billion. So what a growth in GDP. And that year, with an accurately built budget, we had very good growth. In the first 7 months, decrease even debt, in the debt of around 2%, decrease of the deficit of over 3%. And I forgot to mention that the inherited deficit was around 10%. And there was a pandemic. Now there is not a pandemic, but we're getting close to that moment, which is worrying, this getting close to that moment. But getting back to the GDP, so the GDP grew a lot. FDI did not necessarily accompany this fantastic growth in GDP. So we had this very good year, 2022, with almost 10 billion. And then we had a decrease of 36%, going to 6.7 billion in 2023. And now we are about at around 5.7 billion at 8 months, at gross FDI in 7 months. So you would say, okay, I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. We have good investment. But let's look in depth into it. So if we look in depth into the structure, we would see that the earnings reinvested is 3 billion, loans are 2 billion, but equity is in a standstill almost. And there are two conclusions we can draw from this, looking into the structure. That the investors already convinced are very happy and they continue reinvesting. So the base of investors is happy and trust Romanian and go forward. But the ability to attract to diversify the investor base is still low. And if we put this into the perspective, regional perspective, the conclusion is we still have a lot to learn in our ability to attract FDI. There was a study published in 2022, one of the most comprehensive study on FDI on Southern and Eastern Europe, comparing the performance of Southeastern Europe countries in the last 3 decades. And looking on that study of Mrs. Weiss, I noticed that we were in these 3 decades outperformed several times, but smaller and countries with less potential than we have. We have a fantastic potential. Okay, we totally agree. We have a very good potential to be even more than a second Poland, because we have some strengths, different strengths. What we lack, and this is actually the most important, what I believe we lack, is ambition. We need to be much more ambitious. We need a strategic agenda on the foreign direct investment. And we need this strategic agenda as a priority in the action of the government. In the action in the sense that we necessarily need this one-stop shop for FDI, which is really able to react in real time at the level of the speed of the investor. So this is what we need to recover. So the administration needs to rethink the way FDI are attracted. It's not at the level of the public servant. It's at the level of the investors. And here we have still a lot to recover, and that's why the distance between us and Poland is so high. Because Poland had 25 billion in 2022 and 25 billion in 2023. So they did not have this decrease. We had the decrease. And looking at the disparities, 63% Bucharest, 10% Ilfov, so 73% is concentrated in Bucharest. But if you look at certain places in the country, it's really worrying. I mean, if you look at Vaslui, look at Mehedinți, 8 million. And so it's one digit in Mehedinți. Oradea is, of course, a fantastic example, but if you look at Vaslui, and look at Gorj as well. So Gorj, Vaslui, and Mehedinți, they have a lot of potential to recover. So this, we also have to work on the disparities, and we can do that by jointly working government and public administration to do this. Because there is a big bridge to gap there. When an investor comes to a local administration, central administration needs to help on it. Thank you.
It's very interesting what you say also with the differences of investments in the country. Obviously, I think the various state aid schemes which are currently on with the different kind of support schemes as percentages may help to attract more funding in those areas. But I think you would like to complement here something, Radu.
Just I would like to ask a question. I just realized now. Do you think that it helps making this split between foreign and local capital instead of speaking just about capital and promoting investments? Because I think that somehow making this split and having an accent on this, that doesn't help. That doesn't help because that creates, creates an unnecessary subject. I would say that it would be much more helpful if we all would promote just investments. And going back to the stock exchange does exactly that. There is not necessarily a split between foreign and local companies because each company is both foreign and local because it's listed locally. Even if it's foreign owned, has also local capital invested. So somehow I think that making that split between local and foreign, that doesn't help. Especially, again, I'm a globalist. I would very much like to think that we live in a global village and we are going to communicate and work more together. And I think that this is the trend on the longer run. On the other hand, if it's to look at the shorter run, if it's to look at, I don't know, probably next 5 to 10 years, I would say that the trend is going to be the reverse one. We are going probably to live in a world which is going to be a bit more local than it used to be in the past.
Maybe as a follow-up on this, I mean, one of the sources obviously for local
agencies and also the connectivity with the trade chambers outside the country in order to attract foreign direct investment. This would be definitely one opportunity we have, and we need to play it smart, at least starting with next year, because the one-stop shop agency, because I'm talking about the foreign direct investment agency, is a very important play, has a very important play in this role. The second thing, we are the second largest country as a population after Poland. And we heard that Polish is using and multiplying their efforts with that agency. We saw many shared delivery centers and many service centers coming to Romania. If we would like to grow and come and add more value added to the economy, definitely the service area is something not well represented, and this is growing. So this would be exactly what mature economy are doing. The service industries is very high on the agenda. So the strategic elements that needs to be taken into account, and the areas where we are competing much better than our neighbors should be pointed out to the investor that we like to attend. So the message is, we have the window of opportunity, is important if we take it or not. Because it's indeed, okay, we have the lowest GDP per capita as investments, but this is an opportunity, because there is a big gap we need to cover. The most important, and definitely Poland, Czech, all the Central and Eastern European countries benefited like 5 or 10 years ago of massive investments. But there is a plateau they reach. Yeah? So within that plateau, definitely we have a gap that can be played in our favor. The most important thing is if we know how to play it well.
Thank you, Daniel. Maybe Victoria, you can continue on the thought also about is it relevant to have foreign investment or local investment? So you are active locally to help local investments, and likely also your institution in other countries, which then brings again or helps businesses there grow into our country in Romania. How you see particularly the level on larger SMEs, on family businesses which evolved long and now really have an appetite for growth, particularly also to go rather outside into the region?
This is a very large question, so I will try to focus
I
on
wanted
what
to
on
give
what
you
I
a
can.
big play field.
Exactly, exactly. So, but maybe to comment: do we need foreign investors? Do we need local investors? Do we need local investment or foreign investment? We need investment. Full stop. I think from that, if we start from this point, then we will need to look into the granularity of who is doing what, when, and how do we collaborate, and how do we make sure that different players who have the capacity to connect to those who need the support can provide this support, and how do we make sure that the information, such as when we have agencies such as Czech Invest, and before coming to Romania, I was based in Croatia and responsible as well for a number of countries, including Czech Republic, and I went to Czechia and they said, listen, for us, Czech Invest at this point in time is not playing anymore the role that it used to play, because most of the things that Czech Invest had to do has been completed. But at the same time, indeed, why do somebody need to reinvent the wheel when examples such as Czech Invest exist? You just take it, embed it, make it happen. Now, when we speak about EBRD and what do we do in that context, and then the SME angle and local investment angle, it's interesting because I believe that still, again, not many people know that EBRD has this small business advisory, which effectively works as a one-stop shop for SMEs, not in terms of financing, but in terms of access to knowledge. And this is what I actually strongly believe in. At this point in time, yes, funding sometimes is still an issue for certain companies that maybe are struggling to attract funding because they're not profitable enough, because they don't have collateral for various reasons. But profitable companies, those that are able to be successful companies in this market as well as in other markets, they usually have very strong competition between the providers of financing. Where there is a still huge lack, and it's not just in Romania, just let's be clear, many other countries, including the ones that are the neighboring countries here in the EU market, SMEs, business owners, first, second generation, they're still lacking the knowledge. So, and this is really access to this knowledge that for me fundamentally represents the biggest challenge. And now we can ask, who should be in charge of making sure that these people have the knowledge? Well, fundamentally, I think that we are all in charge of our own future, right? So if you have your kid, you will invest up to a certain level in terms of his or her education. From then moment onwards, they are supposed to be the one who should be achieving it. Does it mean that we can let everybody in a free float and then say, okay, this is the Wild West and let's everybody struggle and only the most successful ones will survive? I don't think this is an issue. This is something that we should do either. So at EBRD, what we have done in Ukraine, interestingly enough, well before the war, we had the support from the EU to set up business centers in different regions. And then you would have the business owners that would come and would say, okay, these are the things that we need in terms of the advisory. Where can I get this advisory? Sometimes it could be from EBRD, sometimes it could be from other providers. In Romania, their ecosystem for the startups seems to be very well developed. And so if you are a startup, in Romania, you know where to go to. And there are, both in Bucharest as well as in many other regional centers, definitely not in Vaslui. And I've been there, so I know what I'm talking about as well. But that exists. For the SMEs, I find that the access to knowledge seems to be very mixed. And at this point in time, I think that as much as the government can do more, I think private sector as well and companies need to realize that the question of their competitiveness lies in the answer, can they find access to the knowledge? Providers such as EBRD, but definitely not, we're not exclusive providers, we work with consultants, international and local consultants. But striving for that knowledge is something that will definitely enable Romanian first generation and second generation of business owners to strive. In terms of how we see from where we sit the opportunities for the local companies, well, look at their trajectory of Profi. Okay, and Profi, I used to be a banker in London, and Profi was one of the clients that my colleagues at that point in time decided to finance, and I was in charge of Cora. And we're talking now, nearly 20 years ago, where Cora had the amazing opportunity to come in the market and expand the hypermarket format. But then it stopped at some point. Well, Profi expanded. And in those days, we were told, okay, but Profi is such a small company, it's retail sector, it's very risky. Now, what did Profi do? Profi started evolving. So there was one equity fund, there is another one. Now we have got the foreign direct investment, if we were to speak about, using the language of today's event, that will make Profi, again, completely different business versus where it was 15, 20 years ago. And in this context, the emergence of the local equity funds, the venture capital funds, but particularly local equity funds, for me is a really strong signal that there is a first potential for consolidation on the market, creating this local and then regional players that will make things happen. Clearly the government needs to do more to support, but I think it's also a question of the quality of the people who go and work in the government services, so whether this is national or local governments, and this is something that you cannot change overnight. So in that context, I think that we need to realize that all of us are responsible for our own future. People like EBRD, EIB, Bucharest Stock Exchange, we all will be here to support those who want to succeed. But we need to make sure that that ambition, that drive exists, and then the most ambitious will definitely succeed because there is plenty on offer in this country in order to make sure that these success stories will not be just local, not just national, not just regional, but also international.
Thank you very much. I would like to briefly touch as a last topic the investment landscape, which I would just call green. It's green investments of banks, bonds, but also into the green sector of renewables. So EIB, you're investing in through funds directly and through the policy as a whole also. So what is your focus nowadays when we are also like a bit more than 1 week after a slight change in the US happened, which may put green a bit behind brown again and not in front of brown. So do you expect there some focus switches also in Europe and also in our part? Or what is your first guess on that?
First of all, I would like to just compliment or just say that I can only agree with what Victoria and Radu said about the local ecosystem. We as an institution, we are not only investing in the country, but we are helping the ecosystem to grow organically. And you mentioned our investments through the European Investment Fund, which is our subsidiary, and it's probably the biggest catalyst of the market. They act like a fund of funds, and they leverage mandates from the government and from their own resources through venture capital and private equity investments. Yeah? And just to give you an example, they are present in the market for more than 10 years. And at the time, there were hardly any local funds in which you could put the money. Now they have a mandate of 400 million from the RRF, which they are expecting to fully disburse through to other funds, yeah, thus getting the leverage effect. And they're also helping to grow the ecosystem, because you need fund managers, you need expertise, yeah, which you build over the years, yeah. So it's a process which takes time. We are also providing advisory, like complementary to EBRD. We are mostly advising on project preparation and on project implementation. So the EIB office in Bucharest is one of the largest in Europe, precisely because we have more than 30 experts which act in this capacity of technical assistance and building support, also building capacity also at government level. We have what we call PASA, which is agreements with the government to help the government implement complex projects, and we have such agreements in transport, in energy, but also in the health sector, where we currently advise or help the agency which was created for the construction of the 3 emergency regional hospitals, and this helps goes beyond the funds, yeah, because we are also lending 1 billion to these hospitals, but we are accompanying the agency on this in all the strategy and the operational implementation, not only in the construction of the hospitals per se. Mm-hmm. Now, if we are to go to your more direct question about green economy, I think Europe and I think Romania is firmly engaged on this green transition. In fact, energy is one of the 3 strategic sectors of the government, together with the agriculture and the transportation. And when we say energy, this in Romania means green energy, yes. We see a lot of potential, which, by the way, can be leveraged also in future efforts of reconstruction of Ukraine, for example. I think Romania is trying to position itself in this area, but we only DIB in the last few months we've signed significant projects which go towards the green and the greening of the economy, if you want. And I would just want to give one example, which is Nokian, the tire factory, recently opened also in the west of the country, which is basically a company which relocated its production facilities in Romania from Russia, and which will be the first factory in the world which will achieve carbon neutral production of tires. They are also pioneers, by the way, they I think were among the first to come with winter tires, yeah? Some 80 or 90 years ago. So it is innovative process. It is in the area that you mentioned, which is the cleaning or greening of the economy, and it has benefited from a significant loan from EIB, as well as from state aid.
Maybe as a last question, we mentioned already 2 times Vaslui. Vaslui will soon be much closer to Bucharest with highways being connected, and I think this is one of the key topics also for foreign direct investors. I mean, if there is no road infrastructure or sea infrastructure, but sea we have, this is usually not very well perceived. Where do you see the boost in the country mainly happening in the next 2-3 years, likely based also on these ambitious investments into infrastructure?
One of the very good news is that investment in Moldova in terms of infrastructure is increased a lot. So basically all this highway is contracted, and assumingly funds available for it, RRF funds, are also available. So this is a very good news. That means in a couple of years, let's say, we will have Moldova connected, which would be a very good perspective for investment. And this would also save us, which, by the way, I took these counties from the report on FDI. One of them have only 1-digit figures of investment. That's why just to have a realistic picture in between what is going on in Bucharest and the rest of the country. Where do I see potential? I totally agree with energy. I'm very glad we have this technical assistance available from EBRD and EIB. I'd say that the difference in the quality of technical assistance compared with 10 years ago or 20 is fantastic. There's no discussion on the instruments that we have on the market for technical assistance, which is great. I'd also, of course, industry. By the way, industry, when FDI decreased, industry didn't decrease, which is very important, from 10 billion to 6 billion, but the figure related to industry remained the same, around 4.5 billion. Then I'd see the IT&C sector, which is extremely important. I think we're not taking advantage enough of, for instance, being the capital of cybersecurity. We forget the fact that Romania won this cyber agency in 2020, and very few people know it functions. And very few people know that from this agency, $500 million, in between $500 million and €1 billion is invested into innovation in cybersecurity and digital in general, in Europe, not only in Romania. We should profit much more from this, having this landmark agency in Bucharest and having this talent and in cybersecurity. So we should then I'd say innovation, technological innovation transfer should be a goal. We should really focus on attracting technology, and we have a lot to work on it. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I mentioned the level of ambition. I would go forward a bit and say that we also need to work on anticipation. Why? Because we have all these instruments, also the European instruments, talking about the RRF. We anticipated poorly where this RRF will go, looking on how it was structured. We can do a much better job by strengthening business intelligence units in key ministries. I'm talking about finance, economy, Prime Minister office, and so on. Because by predicting better and synchronizing better action in Brussels, we could have a fantastic effect on this in Romania. I give you just an example. An initiative I have in the Council in 2021 to change, let's say, the way investment in RRF was classified as debt and deficit, to lower it. And I had a coalition of 12 countries agreeing on this, because this, of course, would have encouraged the investment and would have helped at least Eastern Europe in spending more from the RRF loan side. By the way, the RRF, the Moldova highway is on RRF loan side. It's not on the grant side. And it's on deficit. That means it's on deficit. And such an action to classify less, and we almost had the coalition, would have helped us to have more fiscal space, because 2025 onwards will become a fiscal space debate much bigger, with a bigger dimension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our time is up, and I also believe it is a good roundup, which you did also with your thoughts on professionalizing intelligence units, but also foreign direct investment agencies, which I think would help, obviously, the country a lot to speed up, to close gaps to wherever the targets are, be it Poland, be it another country in other areas. So thank you very much to my panelists. Very much appreciated your thoughts, and let's see the glass is for sure half full and not half empty, and 2025 will hopefully be less challenging than we all expect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such valuable interventions and for your time and for being with us today. We move forward now to our next stage moment, a very special context, diplomatic insights, as we have the honor and the privilege to welcome esteemed ambassadors representing major investors in Romania for an in-depth intervention considering the strategic partnership and investment opportunities for Romania. I am honored to welcome on stage Her Excellency Mrs. Evangelia Gramatica, the Ambassador of Hellenic Republic in Romania. Please join the stage. His Excellency Mr. Massimo Baggi, the Ambassador of Swiss Confederation in Romania. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. And also a special thank you to our friend and special guest, Colin Lovering, the President of British Romania Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. There was a heavy session just now, and we're going to turn to something slightly different here. And I think it's fair to say that we live in a delicate and unpredictable world at the moment. I guess socially, economically, and particularly politically. We're still waiting for the the consequences, let's say, of the American elections. We're all holding our breath in certain areas for Romania, but also, of course, for the region. And I think that unpredictability does bring its challenges. And I think in the session before, somebody was talking about role models and giving that confidence for people to really move forward positively. So, you know, foreign investment is a critical factor, and you know, it's our job. I'm an honorary Romanian now. I've been here long enough, so my heart is Romanian. So it's a critical factor for us to be that attractiveness and having that that confidence that we can really exude out to the world and get that. And it's, I say, the technical attractiveness as well as the emotional attractiveness. I think sometimes we forget the emotional part of this country and the attractiveness of it, and we tend to be a little bit task orientated a lot of the time. So maybe and I guess the representative from Greece, where we think of emotion when we think of Greece, and then we think of Switzerland and we think of that technicality and that precision. So hopefully we get a good mix of responses here today. So I love the names as well. So Ambassador, I love to say Grammatica. Thank you very much for being here. And I know, Ambassador, you have some Italian roots there as well. So maybe I'll do a little bit of Italian pronunciation of your name when I come to that. So just starting with yourself, you know, Romania and Greece have had a long history of economic bilateral relations. In terms of the opportunities going forward, I guess it's on your list of KPIs, both of you, in terms of what you want to really push forward. Would you like to sort of share with us what you feel are the opportunities for Greece in the Romanian market and vice versa for Romania in the Greek market?
Thank you very much. And indeed, the relationship between Greece and Romania and between Greeks and Romanians go back so long, and there are bonds and affinities that make it, I think, historically quite easy for the exchanges, and they foster bilateral relations and, of course, economic relations. Now, Greek business presence has been here, let's say it started mainly in the 18th, 19th century. We have, you know, the parenthesis, of course, of Second World War and communism. But after democratization, since the early 90s, we've had Greek businesses and Greek businessmen returning very dynamically and investing here in Romania. And in the current period, we see a new surge of businesses investing significant amounts, especially in energy here, with PPC, the Greek no longer public power company. It has been privatized, that entered the Romanian energy market with a significant investment last year and has been adding investment since. But not only that. So I'm very pleased to highlight that since you know, let's say the figures of 2023 were that the bilateral trade volume rose to 2.8 billion euro, and that the FDI stock has reached the 2.5 billion euro, and that the annual turnover of Greek businesses here in Romania is exceeding 5 billion euro, creating jobs, of course, having a significant input as well to Romanian growth and GDP. The prospects, the present is positive, the trend is positive. The fact that Greece has also exited the financial crisis decade and is presenting growth, annual growth that is above the average of the EU countries and the Eurozone countries. It was 2.3%, if I'm not wrong, for 2023, 2.1 projected for 2024. So there is a lot of positive factors that can make us optimistic that the bilateral trade relations will be going better forward.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you a little while and talk about your advice for, when we think. I guess there's probably nobody in the room who hasn't been to Greece on holiday, so there is that great attraction there. But I think in not just tourism, but in agriculture and energy, as you mentioned, and I'll come back to you on that in terms of what we need to do here to attract more of that. But coming to you. Last time we spoke, we were sat on a golf course together, so we had a deep conversation. But Ambassador, similar question to you in terms of Swiss relations with Romania, which go back a long, long time. And when we think of Switzerland, so we think of that technology. But broaden that out for us. What are the opportunities? How is that investment going right now? And how do you see opportunities going forward for Swiss-Romanian relationships and investment?
Thank you so much, first of all, for having me here, and congratulations to the organizer of this excellent forum. Switzerland is quite of a strange country. We are a small country, but when it comes to foreign investment, we are not that small. And Switzerland is providing, we are among the top 10 biggest foreign investor worldwide. And we hold a portfolio of 1.4 trillion euro around the world. And when I say around the world, I really say around the world. And it's quite unbelievable that such a small country managed to have this position worldwide. And this is because for now more than 10 years in a row, according to the World Economic Forum, Switzerland is the most innovative and performing economy around the world. So first of all, we collect, major foreign investment in Switzerland. And this is because of our competitiveness, but this is also because we have a large financial sector in Switzerland. And the thing which is interesting for Romania, and not only for Romania, is that we don't need this money. We don't need this money in Switzerland because our schools are more or less in a good shape, because our roads are more or less in a good shape. Not only we don't need this money, but it is of a paramount importance for Switzerland that this money leaves Switzerland immediately. That means that this money is immediately invested abroad. Because if these capitals remains invested in Switzerland on the Swiss franc, the value of the Swiss franc gets extremely overevaluated, which is the case all the time in Switzerland. 20–30% overvaluation of the Swiss franc. You can imagine what it means for the export industry of Switzerland and for tourism in Switzerland, the margins that you need to survive in Switzerland. So it is of a paramount importance for Switzerland to be able to invest this capital abroad. And one of our tasks as a diplomat from the Foreign Affairs in Switzerland is to make sure that the regulatory framework in all countries around the world allow these capitals to be invested. And here we are positioned, as we are positioned worldwide, we are ranking among the 10 top foreign investors in Romania, number 7, number 8, according to the here, and we hold a portfolio of 3.5 billion investment in Romania in several sectors. We invest here where we are strong at home. That means we invest here in chemicals, pharmaceuticals, we invest here in construction, in food. We export, if you want, our comparative advantage in Romania. One peculiarity of our presence here, which is also a preoccupation for myself, is that we are a chance and a preoccupation, is that we are present here mainly with our large multinational companies. But 98% of our companies at home in Switzerland are SMEs. They are very innovative, they are performing very well, but for the moment being, they have not been able or willing to reach Romania. And this is a gap that we need to narrow in the interest of Switzerland and the interest of Romania, and this is somehow our work ahead of us.
Just stay with you for a moment. Has that, I'm curious about this attractiveness factor. Has that evolved? So I think of industries like the business services industry, which 14 years ago when I came here was in its kind of infancy, and it wasn't the quality and the sophistication that it is now. Is that the question is that something that's becoming more and more attractive, but at the same time, is it becoming challenging because of that, obviously, the overhead costs that may bring with salary rises, etc.? So is the road ahead, yes, we want to invest in Romania because of the technology and the digital expertise that's here, and we're prepared to pay some extra bucks for it, or where do you see it going forward?
I come back to what I said before. We invest abroad where we are strong at home. And you know, at home, we have, for example, a structure of salaries in Switzerland, which is probably the highest worldwide. So we are condemned to produce only and exclusively goods and services at very high value added. Otherwise, we can simply not survive at home, and we cannot perform abroad. Okay. So we are exclusively into high value added goods and services. And then when it comes to Romania, we expect the country to be willing and able to welcome this kind of performance, and then we will be present. And then if we succeed here in those sectors, it's good for us, and it's extremely good for Romania as well. Yeah.
Okay, and hopefully it attracts that expertise that's left for Romania, attracts them back here because the opportunities are here with organisations like yourselves. Thank you. Ambassador, coming to you, we're looking for your advice here a little bit, I think, because when I talk, we mentioned before tourism, shipping, agriculture. You know, these are some of the big industries, very very successful industries for Greece, but also the big opportunities for Romania. How do you see, in terms of bringing that knowledge, expertise and advice, and how Romania can really sort of grab hold of these opportunities and take them forward, and particularly with agriculture, which is still seen as not such a, if I can say, a sexy industry, but the opportunities are enormous.
Yes, thank you. There are, in addition to tourism, of course, and the flow is in particular towards Greece, and we're very happy to welcome every year more than 1 million Romanian tourists, also like returning to Greece year after year, and they're most welcome. There is also the trend, the growing trend of Greeks coming for short breaks to Romania, because the fact that we are, the distance is not, we're not far, we're almost neighbors.
You can drive though.
You can drive within 12 hours, I think, is maximum, even less if the bridge is not half closed between Romania and Bulgaria. But, and this is another point we will come to a little bit later, I hope, about connectivity. Which is very important and crucial for the boost we're all seeking for the wider region. So there is tourism, there is growing also trend from Greeks visiting beautiful Romania, which has a lot to offer. Agriculture, as you mentioned, there are companies that are active in agriculture and in Romania, and Greek businesses, also including companies that produce parts and instruments used in agriculture, and some of them are big. There are other sectors, of course, that Greek businesses are investing to and are and bring here. There is the dairy that is also a side. Let's say it's not agriculture, but it's in the food business. Beverages. We also have construction, of course. Maybe less companies than in the past were active here, but there's still some major companies. And I think if the conditions allow, more will come invest. There is cables industry. There is also, of course, the banking sector, the medical sector, medical instrument sector. There is a number of niche areas where Greeks have come and invested here. It is the personnel, of course, that they find here, but it's also the affinities, I think. It's a country where there isn't the sense that you're, for a Greek, that you're really a foreigner here. There are many affinities going back to the past, and historical bonds, and historical Greek communities present here along, especially along the Danube, and then Bucharest and Iași. So all this has been very helpful. There is an area and a sector where there is an incredible growth right now and interest from Greek companies, and that's energy. And I think we have to highlight that. It's not just PPC, which entered the Romanian market first with the buyout of Enel Romania for 1.3 billion euros. So that's a big investment. But they've added up additional investments in renewable energy sources, buying out wind farms, solar panel investments for an additional maybe 700 euros this year, according to their announcements. There are other companies as well investing in renewables, and the energy sector is a sector that is that goes hand in hand with the green transition of the EU goals. And in Greece, we've already managed to improve the mix of our energy sources. So we depend, the mix now has moved to 60% renewables, and we're closing down, you know, coal factories, etc. This trend is also happening here in Romania. There is a lot of modernization opportunities, you know, the market distortions and that make it that in Southeastern Europe we're paying more for energy and electricity prices than in Western Europe, which is a multi-factor, of course, reason. There's many reasons. It's Ukrainian needs and the destruction of Ukrainian energy infrastructure by Russian attacks, but it's also the fact that the grid and the connections of the grid are not there currently. So there's a lot of prospects to invest in this direction and to modernize. There's also the importance of resilience and increasing our independence and energy independence for Europe, but for the entire region primarily. We came to this realization with the attack, of course, of Russia in Ukraine. And this has given a boost to all the connectivity projects. So in this respect, we're having, you know, the gas pipeline and connections for you know, having LNG gas and other gas going not just from north to south or from east to west, but from south to north. And there's a lot of exciting news there, and we're having a new terminal in the port of Alexandroupolis. It's a floating regasification unit that is finally operational since October 1, and it can provide LNG, you know, from reliable sources and other countries, including Qatar, US, and other reliable providers, taking it to the north and even to help out Ukrainian needs and Moldovan needs. So there's a lot going on. You know, we could discuss just on the energy developments for quite a while, but just to give you a snapshot of all the potential that is, as we speak, and for the near future is under development.
It's interesting how sort of difficult times that are happening over our border pull people together and really get on with things, almost forcing us to get on with it. Ambassador, from your perspective, you know, as I said, we've sat and we've chatted about Romania and our love for this country. And in terms of that confidence, and we'll touch on the tourism side as well, what is the advice in terms of how we can support and be part of this journey, but really helping? And my wife is Romanian, and sometimes she would say to me something, we go somewhere and she said it's okay, I get out my translation book, and that means great. If I say it's great, she'll say okay. So there's always a slight dampening of things. And it's really that confidence, because I think us as expats, we see this country for its glory and all the wonderful things. Is there something that we need to do as ambassadors of our countries to promote more? Is Romania this sort of, do we want it to be that little bit of a hidden secret? I always say when people come here as a tourist to see me or as a family, the expectation is here. The reality is always there. They're like, wow, this is a great place. Whereas you can go to Paris or somewhere and maybe have a high expectation and it's not so great. There's a very long question for you, but what is it we need to do to raise Romania's sort of coolness and, you know, all the great things that are here?
Well, for sure, I think that unfortunately Romania is somehow underrated internationally, and certainly in my country as well. I tend to believe that being a Swiss, and you introduce me as a representative of country of facts and not necessarily of Swiss watches, I tend to believe that results should speak for themselves. And to a large extent, I think that results speaks in favor of Romania. You know, if you search for growth in Europe, you have to look here and not that much in countries where traditionally we had growth in Europe. So, and in terms of reforms also, you have been implementing major reforms that position Romania really rather well internationally and in Europe in terms of competitiveness. I don't know to which extent and why all these results they don't reach enough the decision maker outside Romania. When it comes to the Swiss SMEs, as I said before, they lack maybe information, but also the courage and the willingness to make the effort to reach out here in this part of the world. And eventually also it should be our work to do more to promote Romania at home, because I see that SMEs of other countries in Romania perform much better than ours. And Italy is very strong with SMEs in Romania, and eventually also Greece. So to some extent, it's also our work to promote better Romania at home. And eventually also, many of our actors who could be actors to position themselves here, they are not hungry enough. They are not hungry enough, and maybe in Switzerland we have been taking too much advantage of some easy positioning that we had in the past at home and internationally, and therefore also from our side we have in many areas to change our business model to perform better abroad and in Romania. We did it, and in some cases it was, a major journey in the field of financial services with banking secrecy. We had to go through a major change in our business model, but finally we did it, and we continue to be positioned very well at home and internationally on financial services. I think that for in a few industry we have to do a major effort at home to be more present abroad, again in the interest of the country that receive our investment and technical assistance, but also in the interest of our companies at home.
Interesting, and just on that subject, I try and think of an analogy there. I guess it's like Romania is like a great restaurant where you don't question whether the food's going to be cooked properly or the cutlery's going to be clean. The reason you go there is that je ne sais quoi, that experience that we get. Is that something that we need to? I think technically, we talked about digitalization and you talked about the energy sector where all the structure is there and the expertise is there. It's just that little bit of the emotion part of, like I said, the expectation is here and the reality is. Is that really something that we can promote a little bit more?
Maybe another feature that we have is that, sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm interested.
That our SMEs in Switzerland are very small. Very often we're talking about companies with 5 to 10 employees, extremely performing, but very small. And you will understand that for those companies, they focus on the technical part of their job, and they don't have necessarily enough resources to look at marketing of their product abroad in distant markets. And this is also something that probably we have to work on in Switzerland.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Well, Greece, it doesn't have, I can be envious to Switzerland with all this capital and trillions that I heard that are ready to be invested elsewhere. And of course, I would also hope in Greece as well, in addition to Romania. But in Greece, what we have is entrepreneurship. So we have entrepreneurs that are extrovert, that seek opportunity, and where they see it, they come. Now, the difference may be in the paradigm of Romania in comparison to some other countries, because we do have a big diaspora that is all over the world and established. But here we have a dynamic Greek business community. It is the fact that there is the emotion, so the emotion is based on the affinities between the two people, that it's easy to feel well and understand each other. There is to a large extent mentality. There is a previous historical past bringing us closer together, a bond, the religious affinities maybe. But in addition to that, of course, investors and businessmen need a good climate. So it has, government stability, tax incentives, risk that does not exceed a specific degree. So I guess since the 90s, Romania has provided that, and I'm certain that Greek businesses look forward to that kind of, especially the bigger ones that have invested, tens or hundreds or more than hundreds of millions here of euro. They do look forward to this environment continuing. I think the present circumstances is also a realization of the geopolitical importance of Greece, of the entire region, the wider region, how important it is and how lucky we are that we are close to one another geographically, and Bulgaria and the rest of the southeastern Europe, and Moldova and Ukraine. We are neighbors, and we are in a geopolitical circumstance that accentuates the need to cooperate and enhance connections, connectivity, and there are great opportunities therein. Now, there is, of course, a lot of this realization comes with, with the prospect of how things will go security-wise. We're very lucky to be, both Greece and Romania, partners in the EU, allies at NATO, all this factors in. And the prospects also of, Ukraine reconstruction also present important opportunities.
Okay. So, fairly optimistic viewpoint. I stick with the restaurant analogy. I guess keep making the good food and create that great experience, and Romania's got a great opportunity. Thank you so much. If you want to hear more or read more from our two guests today, please pick up the copy of Business Review on your way out. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much. We are indeed very lucky and honored to welcome esteemed ambassadors. We go now further. O să schimbăm limba română. Continuăm dialogurile noastre cu sesiunea de dialog dedicată serviciilor, retail-ului și tech. Îmi face plăcere să îl invit acum pe scenă pe domnul Lucian Enaru, Country General Manager Schneider Electric România. Imediat, vă așteptăm, domnul Enaru. Bine ați venit, vă rog, luați un loc. Tiberiu Dănețiu, Board Member and Director Corporate Affairs, Oșan România. Mulțumim, bine ați venit. George Sofianos, the CEO of Sofmedica Group, Mr. George Sofianos. Bună ziua, bine ați venit. Doamna Elisabeta Moraru, Country Director, Google România. Bine ai venit, Elisabeta. Daniel Rassen, Operations and Marketing Director la Microsoft România. Vă rog. Și ultimul, dar nu cel din urmă, este domnul Victor Iancu, Partner and Strategy Leader, EY România, moderatorul acestei sesiuni, căruia îi mulțumim că a acceptat. Scuze, avem, sigur, încă un speaker. Yes, please, Mr. Jardin, please join the stage.
Da. Deci, pentru participanții la panel, înțeleg că discuția noastră va începe cu o fotografie, așa că... Mai sus? Ne ridicăm puțin, înțeleg? În picioare sau? În picioare, perfect. Bun, mulțumim și noi. Superb, da? E întotdeauna să începem cu o atitudine teatrală. Bună ziua tuturor! Numele meu este Victor Iancu, sunt partener în EY, conduc departamentul de strategie de business. În viața de zi cu zi am legătură cu investițiile străine, în sensul că îi ajut pe cei care vor să intre în România, să înțeleagă piața, să înțeleagă de ce sau de ce nu ar trebui să investească în România și cum să-și creioneze strategiile de intrare pe piață. Asta fac în general. Uneori, miercurea, în special la ora 3:30, mai moderez paneluri, motiv pentru care mă aflu astăzi aici. Dacă în prima parte, cei care ați asistat și la prima parte, ne-am uitat puțin la atractivitatea României, da, ca destinație de investiții străine directe, ne-am uitat la trenduri, ne-am uitat la ce ar trebui să facem, ce trebuie să facem, care sunt gap-urile și așa mai departe. Cu puțin contrast, aș zice, în acest panel ne uităm în prezent prin lentilele unor organizații care au făcut, fac și vor face lucruri în România, investitori străini, iar contextul discuției de astăzi este unul sectorial. Discutăm de un sector de retail, de servicii și tehnologie. Da? După cum vedeți, reprezentanții organizațiilor de aici cumva sunt din această zonă. Ce este foarte important este că temele pe care le vom discuta astăzi au un potențial enorm de a ajuta România să rămână în continuare competitivă din perspectivă investiții străine directe și atragere, dar și mai important, și aici vom vedea poziționarea fiecăruia dintre invitații noștri, care este apetitul organizațiilor care deja au investit, care deja au creat valoare, locuri de muncă, au plătit taxe și impozite, de a investi în continuare și de a rămâne pe această piață cu anumite provocări existente și viitoare. Da? Dați-mi voie să introduc pe participanții la panel și o să încep de la stânga la dreapta. Au fost prezentați deja, dar mai dați-mi și mie voie că îmi face plăcere. Tiberiu Denețiu, Board Member and Director Corporate Affairs and Retail Media la Auchan România. Bine ați venit! Lucian Enaru, Country General Manager at Schneider Electric, România. Bună ziua, bine ați venit! George Sofiano, CEO at Soft Medica. Bună ziua! Elisabeta Moraru, Country Director at Google România. Bună! Daniel Rusen, Business Application Lead, Central Europe, Microsoft. Și în cele din urmă, Brian Jardine, Managing Partner la Wolf Tice. Bun. Vom începe cu o temă de încălzire așa și rugămintea ar fi cumva ca pe fiecare interacțiune să ne luăm 2, 3, 4 minute și să răspundem fiecare ca să ne încadrăm în timp. Vom avea și niște semnale când depășim timpul sau dacă depășim timpul. Și în momentul ăsta v-aș ruga pe fiecare să ne povestiți foarte pe scurt, unul de când sunteți prezenți în România. Și uitându-vă în spate, da, ce vedeți? Da? Ce s-a întâmplat în toți anii ăștia prin lentila organizației pe care o reprezentați? Da? Și o să începem din stânga și după aceea o luăm înapoi din dreapta. Mulțumesc frumos!
Victor, mulțumesc frumos! Bună ziua încă o dată! Deci noi avem marea bucurie să sărbătorim, am sărbătorit săptămânile trecute 18 ani de când suntem aici.
La mulți ani!
Mulțumesc în numele celor 7.000 de colegi pe care i-am, dar și numele tuturor producătorilor români cu care noi lucrăm, sunt partenerii noștri. 18 ani înseamnă o perioadă lungă de timp în care zicem noi că obiectivul principal a fost cum să creăm și să dezvoltăm valoarea din România împreună cu partenerii români în favoarea românilor. Și o să vă dau câteva exemple. Am ajuns, iată, la peste 440 de magazine în momentul de față, multiformat, hipermarketuri discount, supermarketuri, magazine de ultraproximitate, inclusiv un magazin de autonom, da, primul din România. Dar mândria pe care o avem este faptul că peste 90% din produsele noastre provin de la companii din România și când sectorul agroindustrial, agroalimentar, între 90 și 95, chiar 100% pentru tot ce este în sezon vine din România, iar noi când vorbim în magazinele Auchan, care sunt hipermarketuri de mare suprafață, nu vorbim de 2 tipuri de roșii, ci de 30 în sezon. Și am reușit legat de asta, de exemplu, să creăm peste 85 de parteneriate de lungă durată, cu trasabilitate completă a modului de producție, așa numite filierele de producție agroalimentare, exclusiv cu producători români, să le dezvoltăm și să creștem mai departe. Iar peste 1000 din cele 1300 de mărci proprii alimentare sunt făcute cu producători români. Deci asta este în primul rând. Pe urmă,
Impresionant. Da.
vreau să vă spun în același timp că sunt foarte mândru că cei 7000 de colegi, dar multe alte mii care au lucrat în Oșan înainte, au putut fi formați și dezvoltați într-o meserie nouă și au ajutat împreună la susținerea puterii de cumpărare a românilor. Cam atâta, vă spun mai târziu mai multe. Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc frumos.
Mulțumesc, bună ziua! Sunt Lucian Enaru, Country General Manager Schneider Electric România. Schneider Electric este prezent în România de peste 27 de ani. Ca să fac o comparație sau să fac un flashback, spuneai, acum 27 de ani vorbeam aproape exclusiv despre caracteristici tehnice ale unor produse sau unor soluții. Care e mai bun, care e mai puțin bun, care e mai fiabil, se potrivește în aplicația mea. Astea erau subiectele. Astăzi, dacă sărim peste 25-27 de ani, vorbim de subiecte ca sustenabilitate, digitalizare, cum mă ajut să reduc amprenta de carbon, cum mă ajut să eficientizez fluxurile de producție, cât de repede reușesc să implementez o anumită soluție, cum reușesc să-mi duc datele în cloud, cum reușesc să mă păzesc de infractorii cibernetici, cum reușesc să mă interconectez cu diversele mele fabrici sau diversele locații în care lucrez în diverse puncte ale țării sau ale lumii. Cum reușesc să-mi conving partenerii să lucreze cu mine utilizând soluțiile pe care le propuneți voi. Suntem și puțin avantajați de context, noi activând în segmentul energetic, deci practic într-un punct fierbinte al evoluției noastre ca societate. Suntem condamnați să lucrăm practic pe toate piețele, de la infrastructură la clădiri, industrie, smart home, cloud, centre de date, healthcare, hoteluri, aproape toate segmentele din România le abordăm și suntem activi. În plus, dacă mă uit aici la panelul de față, lucrăm cu toată lumea și utilizăm soluții software, hardware sau suntem în diverse parteneriate cu cei care sunt prezenți pe piața locală. Practic, suntem printre puținii care reușesc să aducă convergența între energie, echipamente electrice, software și cloud. Din punctul ăsta de vedere, și poate că o să povestim mai târziu, România a făcut o evoluție fantastică de la primele modele de business de altfel viabile și modele de business de succes, ce găsim în momentul de față. Iar dacă ar fi să caracterizez prin câteva cuvinte spiritul românesc, spiritul antreprenorial românesc, este partea de adoptare timpurie, early adoption. Tehnologiile la zi sunt prezente în România și sunt prezente și implementate cu mult înaintea altor țări dezvoltate și cu pretenții mai mari decât noi. Da. Dacă aș mai aduce încă un punct în discuție, un punct care ne caracterizează, este partea de servicii. Și dau un exemplu din Schneider Electric, dar cred că e valabil pentru toată lumea. Schneider Electric are un centru de suport aici în România, care deservește 27 de țări în 17 limbi. Și este un centru extrem de apreciat la nivel global.
Asta e gen dropping the mic, asta cu... Ok, mulțumim frumos. George?
O să încerc să mai cadrez în cele 3 minute. Cred că dacă
plus minus
continuăm așa, vom ajunge la companii din perioada interbelică în România. Noi sărbătorim 30 de ani.
La mulți ani.
1994 și chiar ne face o mare bucurie. Și chiar mulțumesc pentru întrebarea, pentru că ce pot să spun începând cu sfârșitul este că România a depășit toate așteptările noastre atunci când am venit ca un family business, exact cum spunea înainte și doamna ambasadoră, doamna Gramatică. venind cu idei de antreprenoriat, venind nu cu bani ușor de investit și surplus de o țară ca și Grecia, dar venind cu ideea de a rezolva probleme care nu erau rezolvate în țara asta. Și am adus tehnologie medicală, terapii medicale și cu siguranță România ne-a depășit așteptările pentru că n-a devenit doar o piață de desfacere, n-a devenit doar un home market de 2 ori atunci mai mare decât Grecia, adică cu 20 de milioane de atunci, peste 20 de milioane versus până în 10 milioane în Grecia. Dar a devenit o bază, a devenit o platformă și un springboard de unde ne-am extins la 6 țări europene. Și ne-am înființat în România în 94 și ne-am extins practic în Grecia în 2002. Și de atunci încolo la încă 6 țări membre de UE. The less bright side, partea mai puțin frumoasă, este că în parcurs, în cursul acestor ani, România a rămas în urmă comparativ cu câteva din aceste țări care au adoptat tehnologiile și terapiile noastre mai târziu decât România. România a fost pioner, a venit cu idei, a îmbrățișat idei noi și pe parcurs n-a putut, mai ales când e vorba de sistemul public mai ales, să le adopte și să le ducă mai departe și să facă un progres sustenabil. Și mie, personal, îmi creează o tristețe când mă întorc din Bulgaria sau din Ungaria în România și văd că astăzi pacienți acolo au acces la tehnologii inovatoare și mai ales pacienți din sistemul public mai ușor, mult mai ușor decât au pacienți români. România fiind baza noastră de unde în prima dată am adus aceste tehnologii și în Bulgaria suntem de 15 ani și în Ungaria doar de 4. Așa ca un prim intro.
Mulțumim frumos!
O să rezolv eu problema. Eu doar ce am sărbătorit împreună cu echipa 14 ani, am făcut buletinul, deci când ne facem mari vrem să fim ca la majorat.
Bun. Am dat un reset,
precum colegii de la Oșan. 14 ani, din care 13 sunt și parte din viața mea profesională, de atunci sunt în echipă. Și fix acum când am început panelul, am primit un mail de la colegii de la Lulu Kids, care sunt unul dintre cei mai mari creatori de conținut pe YouTube. Au primit butonul de diamant pentru canalul din Spania. Deci, conținut pentru tineri, pentru copii, pe care ei îl realizează și asta m-a făcut să mă gândesc că cei 14 ani înseamnă, în primul rând, produse pe care le-am localizat, YouTube, care este monetizat de mai mult de 1,5 milion de creatori de conținut din România, YouTube Kids, Family Link, o platformă gratuită pe care o oferim părinților pentru a gestiona utilizarea internetului de către adolescenți și minori. A însemnat Street View și o inovație. A fost prima oară când trackerul de Street View a mers și pe o căruță în delta Dunării, pentru că în rezervație acolo nu aveam cum să ajungem în anumite zone, așa că a trebuit să folosim și un măgăruș. A însemnat muzee care au fost digitizate. Mocănița, de exemplu, poate fi vizualizată prin intermediul Street View. Salina Turda. A însemnat în egală măsură și o serie de programe care îmi sunt mie extrem de dragi și aici nu m-aș mai opri 3 ore, cel puțin. Aș menționa doar faptul că mai mult de 1,5 milion de români au făcut cursuri live și online în zona de marketing digital, dar și dezvoltare de software, parte de Android și apoi de ceva vreme zona de competențe în partea de AI. Și m-aș duce foarte mult cu aceste exemple, dar cel mai important, cred că în ultimii 14 ani am ajutat să democratizăm informația și mai mult decât atât ne-am asumat de curând și acest rol înspre utilizatori să democratizăm și AI-ul. Așa aș sumariza.
Bun, anticipezi un punct de discuție viitor. Mersi
vedem.
frumos. Mersi, Elisabeta. Daniel?
Mulțumesc, Ela. Bună ziua, în primul rând. Mulțumesc frumos pentru invitație. Mă bucur foarte mult că sunt aici și vă mulțumesc dumneavoastră că sunteți prezenți alături de noi. Aș face o scurtă paranteză înainte să trec la achievement-urile Microsoft. Am avut o discuție cu Tiberiu în pauză vis-a-vis de rolul retail-ului în economie și aș vrea să-i felicit pentru faptul că încurajează economia românească, pentru că susțin micul producător român, pentru că susțin agricultura românească și aduc 90% din produse din România pe rafturi. Ar trebui să-mi schimb comportamentul de cumpărător și o să o fac. Felicitări, te felicitări, Tiberiu. Mă întorc acum la Microsoft. Suntem pe piață din 1996, 28 de ani, în curând vom face 30. Și aș vrea să subliniez două zone în care am avut impact. În primul rând în business, în economie. Pentru fiecare dolar pe care clienții din România l-au dat către Microsoft, în economie s-au întors între 8 și 13 dolari în servicii, în creșterea productivității, în dezvoltarea de aplicații, în susținerea de startup-uri și așa mai departe. Deci e clar că contribuția a fost una majoră, în special suntem aici pentru a susține ecosistemul de business din România, pentru a susține antreprenorii, pentru a susține startup-urile. Cam top 5 din 10 startup-uri folosesc tehnologia noastră și sunt în momentul de față exportatori net de tehnologie. De fapt, dacă ne uităm la industria de IT&C, industria de IT&C este pe locul 2 în România în ceea ce privește exporturi nete. Deci dacă discutăm de valoarea adăugată pe care o aducem în economie, industria de IT&C este pe locul 2 în România după cea constructoare de mașini. Deci cred că are un impact major și companii ca Microsoft susțin această industrie pentru a se dezvolta și pentru sistemului industriei de IT din România, susținerea ecosistemului de business din România și în zona de IMM de asemenea. A doua zonă la care aș vrea să fac referire este cea de educație. Pentru că nu poți avea o țară care să dezvolte într-un ritm accelerat, care să aibă un pilon principal către inovație fără să ai oameni care să fie bine pregătiți, care să înțeleagă digitalizarea, care să înțeleagă tehnologia și zona aceasta a fost una de focus pentru noi. Am investit zeci de milioane de dolari în zona de educație pentru a crește competențele digitale atât din zona de studenți, elevi și așa mai departe, dar și către antreprenori, către owner de startup-uri, către tineri inovatori care își doresc să-și dezvolte competențele și să creeze valoare pentru țară. Și a treia zonă la care de asemenea aș dori să mă refer este oarecum mai aproape de om, de calitatea umană. Microsoft în România are cel de-al doilea birou ca mărime din Europa. Cel mai mare birou pe care îl avem este în Irlanda, al doilea birou ca mărime este aici în România. Era așa un proverb că în Microsoft a doua limbă vorbită este româna, nu știu dacă este neapărat adevărat proverbul ăsta, dar pot spune clar că în Europa cel de-al doilea birou ca mărime este acesta din România și asta arată foarte mult calitatea forței de muncă de aici din România, capacitatea noastră de a inova. Nu discutăm doar de suport, o mică porțiune din biroul ăsta se ocupă de suport, mare parte din colegii mei se ocupă de dezvoltare de produs, de creare de IP, sunt grupuri întregi care dezvoltă produsele pe care toți le folosim în zona de cloud computing. Deci, overall, cred că impactul este unul pozitiv și, în special, m-aș referi la zona aceasta de industrie IT, care, într-adevăr, poate nu o vedem sau nu este în topurile, nu știu, când discutăm la televizor sau discutam mai devreme de Foreign Investment în România, nu era neapărat un etalon în zona de industrie de IT. Dar industria de IT este al doilea exportator net din România și, de asemenea, este, cred că, una din industrie cu cele mai mari creșteri. Creștem de 4-5 ori mai repede decât creșterea economică și când aveam creștere de 4-5%. Cam atât.
Mulțumim frumos. Brian, a fellow
Dacă
professional
mă
service
permiteți, o să vorbesc în limba engleză, pentru că e mai ușor pentru mine decât limba română. Pot să vorbesc în limba română, dar după am băut puțin de bere, 100% mai bine vorbesc. Anyway, first of all, an honor. Thank you for the invitation, and it's a very impressive panel here. And I come at it from a bit of a different perspective. So I've been a lawyer since 1990, so I'm going on 35 years. But I first came to Romania in 1996, and my wife likes to remind me what was supposed to be a one-year contract. So going on 28 years also. But really the reason I first came here, and I come at it from the perspective of, as a lawyer, to look and to observe, to see the tremendous positive changes that have taken place in Romania over that period. In particular, I think the reason I came was with the USAID and with the American Bar Association. We were introducing best practices to Romania in terms of legislation that would enable the transition from a central command economy to a free market economy. And for those of you who remember thinking back at that time, it's hard to believe there was a time before we had, a law on competition, which we brought in from the U.S. System of antitrust, U.S. systems on registration for pledges over movable assets, which eventually became, was modeled on the UCC filings, which was Law 99, and eventually, became embedded in the revised Civil Code in 2011. And, the practices on encouraging really transparency and best business practices. And I think that what's gratifying to see in Romania, first of all, is how effectively a lot of this has been implemented. There's been obviously some fits and starts, and I think one of the big catalysts was the accession into the EU in 2007. Everybody likes to say, the EU brought all this opportunity for state aid and funds that could support economic development, but I think it's important to underscore also the impact it had on rationalizing legislation to promote business. I mean, much of the legislation that we have now, everything from GDPR to some of the new laws that are coming in to try and regulate digitalization. And you may argue and complain and say, the EU over-regulates, whereas the US innovates. But I think it's really important that Romania has been able to embrace a lot of the legislative changes that were necessary to really kickstart this development. And I think if you look at everything from the transport sector, I was commenting earlier to someone, I can't remember the last time I called 9451 for a Kobolchescu or 9461 for a Chris taxi, and paid with a handful of old lei. I mean, it's just tremendous when you look anecdotally, again, coming from where Romania has had to move ahead from starting. The other example, I'm looking at Vodafone here, remembering a time when actually mobile telephony in Romania was more advanced than in the US, because we actually leapfrogged ahead with the problems with fixed line telephony that existed under the old regime that we didn't have in the US, and a lot of the incumbents fought the transition over to mobile telephony, whereas Romania was able to make that technological leap. And I'm confident that Romania is uniquely positioned also in the region to embrace a lot of the technologies. We talked earlier, the previous panel talked about energy. A lot of my practices in energy, and you look at things like energy efficiency, smart houses, some of the digital technologies that will be deployed in order to increase energy efficiency. It's really remarkable. So I'm very interested to hear what the rest of the panel has to say, but I think this is a very timely topic, and I think Romania is poised as a leader in the region for many of these innovations that will drive the economy forward.
Mulțumesc frumos, Brian, mulțumesc tuturor. E impresionant ascultând 5 oameni din industrie și mărturiile lor venind din partea organizațiilor pe care le reprezint, să înțelegem ce salt am făcut dacă ne uităm la ultimii 30 de ani. E clar acest lucru. Aș vrea cumva, sper că ne-am încălzit puțin așa, intrăm în niște subiecte, în niște teme, aș vrea să intrăm în niște teme mai operaționale și să înțelegem cum, din perspectiva voastră de business, dar și din perspectiva unui investitor străin, cât de ușor e să faci business în România și cât de ușor va fi de acum încolo. Și primul topic pe care vreau să-l pun în discuție e legat de resursa umană. Istoric vorbind, România, ca destinație de investiții străine directe, a fost considerată atractivă în principal, sau printre altele în principal, din perspectiva unei resurse umane ieftine, relativ bine instruite și accesibile. Noi facem la EY un studiu anual de atractivitatea României din acest punct de vedere, a ISD-urilor, și acest avantaj competitiv pare că e într-o zonă de fade. Da? Deci ce era avantaj competitiv acum 10-15 ani, din perspectiva acestui tip de resursă umană, pare că nu mai e acolo și cauzele sunt multiple. Dacă vă gândiți din perspectiva, nu știu, modului în care Banca Mondială încadrează România în zona țărilor cu venituri mari, declinul demografic, criza demografică prin care trece România. E un topic de care eu sunt foarte uimit că foarte puțini oameni îl abordează. Este o criză cu adevărat, pentru că, dacă nu mă înșel, suntem în top 5 din perspectivă, la nivel global, declin demografic. Dacă ne uităm pe niște proiecții de 2050. Da? Din această perspectivă, da? Mai este România, sau cum poate România să mai fie atractivă din perspectiva resurselor umane? Și aș vrea să vă dați voi perspectiva voastră de business. Angajați oameni, vă uitați să găsiți talent, să-i rețineți în companie, să-i țineți acolo, să-i țineți mulțumiți, engaged, da? Cum se vede lucrul ăsta din partea fiecăruia? Și hai să o luăm de la capăt. Brian, din nou, încep.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very important topic. I mean, and if you look, again, this is another notable change. If you look at Romania, we always would sell when talking, as cheerleaders, So oftentimes lawyers are the first ones approached by foreign investors, and we would be very much selling the idea that Romania was a really great investment destination given its relatively low cost of labor, relatively low cost of land. But as Victor noted, this is changing now. You only have to look around the hotel and look how much of the labor force is now having to be imported, whether it's in the hospitality sector or in the construction sector. And I don't think that necessarily has to be feared. And I think back to the time when probably will age myself here now, but growing up in the United States, when the big perceived threat was made in Japan. And the US after the Second World War led the world in electronics. But the Japanese, starting in the 1960s, started to making better, cheaper, higher quality transistors, for example, for radios. And they moved into that sort of position on the supply chain or in the production chain. And then what we saw moving into the 1980s, 90s, then the Japanese were undercut by the Chinese. And now the Chinese are being undercut by, I don't know, the Philippines or Malaysia or Cambodia or Vietnam. And I think, in a way, it's a natural evolution that Romania and much of this stress about the labor force and the lack of maybe sufficient labor to do some of the lower value work, it can create short-term dislocation and it can be a challenge, but I think in the longer term it's reflective of the fact that the Romanian skill set is moving further up. I mean, you see more from the companies represented here, how many of the technicians and capable software designers and engineers. I mean, we see it all the time with the, also companies either where the labor gets exported, so they go to, I don't know, Silicon Valley, but if you look at some of the big players that we have represented here who have set up production facilities to leverage the talent. And I think, with the younger generation in particular, when I say younger, I mean folks that have come of age really after the revolution and following this period of digital innovation and revolution, they're uniquely positioned, I think. I mean, we share a building with UiPath, which is really, a prime example of a Romanian unicorn. And it's just amazing to see all these young people and probably working on things that we don't even understand. But that level of innovation and technology, I think, the fact is, if that person is working as a software engineer, they may not be available in the labor force to work as a cook at McDonald's. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Again, it may create social dislocation in the short term, but I think for Romania, that should be embraced, because the future for Romania, I see, and you look, and it's not just in Bucharest, if you look at Cluj, Iași, some of the regional tech hubs, is really to be a driver for the region and not just Romania. So it will be challenging because there's a demographic transition as the older generation maybe starts to phase out. But I think, again, I have a lot of confidence that the labor force will evolve with the higher evolution of the Romanian economy.
Thank you very much, Brian. Daniel, cum se vede de la voi?
O să am două puncte de vedere, poate unul mai puțin plăcut. Vă spun de acum. Partea pozitivă a lucrurilor. România nu mai este un cost center, asta e clar. Cel puțin pentru industria de IT&C se vede clar. România nu mai este o zonă unde investim pentru că este ieftin. Din contră, aș putea spune, România este pe același plafon cu țările vestice pentru mulți dintre specialiștii de IT pe care îi avem. România a fost în trecut o zonă unde s-au dezvoltat foarte multe companii care exportau sau făceau outsourcing pentru companii mai mari din vest. Între timp, zona aceasta a pivotat către crearea de IP, care aduce mai multă valoare și vine în zona aceasta de export, de care vorbeam un pic mai devreme. Deci e clar că forța de muncă din România a pivotat foarte mult dintr-o zonă unde era un commodity, unde erau foarte mult talent, bine pregătiți, vorbeau foarte multe limbi străine, într-o zonă în care sunt și mai bine pregătiți, creează mai multă valoare și creează mai multă valoare pentru companiile pentru care sunt angajați sau propriile companii pentru care dezvoltă software. UiPath e unul din aceste exemple. Daniel, fost angajat al Microsoft, a venit înapoi în România și a dezvoltat business-ul ăsta. Business-ul este la, aproape 10 miliarde de dolari în momentul de față. Bun, asta este, să zic, partea pozitivă a lucrurilor. Economia s-a dezvoltat foarte mult, talentul s-a dezvoltat foarte mult și există o creștere continuă din punctul ăsta de vedere. Asta s-a datorat și faptului că statul român a susținut foarte mult industria și trebuie să recunoaștem lucrul ăsta. Au fost o serie de inițiative legislative care au încurajat oamenii să vină aici, să-și dezvolte business-uri, să creeze valoare și să își dezvolte și competențele, pentru că nu se nasc din start cu aceste competențe și le dezvoltă. Mulți dintre acești IT-și pe care o parte din populație, și așa zic, îi blamează, tocesc ani de zile băncile școlii. Și o fac și după ce au terminat facultatea, în permanență își dezvoltă competențele, pentru că tehnologia avansează cu un ritm foarte, foarte alert. Acum, întorcându-ne la rolul statului, consider că în ultima perioadă statul s-a detașat un pic de această zonă, datorită, nu știu, deficitului bugetar, datorită cheltuielilor în alte zone. Suportul pentru industria de IT în sine nu a mai fost la același nivel care era în trecut. Știți foarte bine că taxarea a fost reintrodusă pentru lucrătorii din această industrie. Deja o mare parte din facilitățile de care s-au bucurat acești oameni au început să dispară și se prevede că vor dispărea din ce în ce mai mult. Trebuie să ne gândim totuși că acești oameni aduc foarte multă valoare. Mulți dintre ei aleg să lucreze aici în România, foarte bine ar putea să lucreze oriunde pe globul acesta. Da? Ei aleg să rămână aici în România, confruntându-se cu dificultățile pe care toți dintre noi le avem, da? În ceea ce privește învățământul, în ceea ce privește sănătatea, în ceea ce privește transportul, aleg să-și continue această carieră în România, să aducă valoare în România, să cheltuie banii pe care îi câștigă înapoi în România, să investească din nou în România. Și cred că este necesar totuși să facem un pas în spate, să ne gândim la valoarea pe care o aduce industria și cum putem pe mai departe să sprijinim dezvoltarea industriei. Pentru că dacă nu o vom face, mai ales în industria asta ITNC, e foarte simplu să te relochezi. Este extrem de simplu să-ți iei biroul de aici din România și să-l muți în Serbia, sau să-l muți în India, sau să-l muți oriunde pe globul acesta. E una din industriile care se poate muta peste noapte, pur și simplu, pentru că toată infrastructura stă în momentul de față în cloud, da? Știm cu toții în aceste data centre globale și foarte simplu poți să mut un business. Faptul că rămân aici în România și continui să investesc, continui să dezvolt, e un, să zic așa, un asset care cred că trebuie protejat și trebuie susținut în continuare din perspectivă legislativă, din perspectiva statului, pentru că, repet, e una din industriile care aduc foarte, foarte multă valoare înapoi către România. Și una din industriile care contribuie la balanța de plăți externe. Exportăm mult mai mult decât importăm.
Așa este. Sper că se sesizez o notă pozitivă, nu? În modul în care ai terminat, nu?
Normal.
Optimistă.
Bun,
o preiei tu?
Ok,
perfect.
continui și eu, că sunt de acord cu ce spune Daniel și o să păstrez prezentarea așa bifocal. În primul și în primul rând spunându-vă că noi suntem într-o poziție de privilegiu, pentru că noi primim CV-uri extraordinare. Toți cei care suntem aici avem această șansă. În industria de ITNC suntem privilegiați pentru că în România avem un procent foarte mare, undeva în jur de 35% femei, și acesta este un motiv pentru care se investește resursă umană aici. Avem privilegiul, într-adevăr, al acestei agilități pe care o au angajații și a curiozității și a determinării pe care o au pentru a fi tot timpul în această cursă a învăța. Nu mai vorbim și de competențele lingvistice. Eu cred că faptul că noi am ajuns la aproape 400 plus angajați, majoritatea fiind dezvoltatori, este din nou un domeniu, un semn în acest sens. Și, nu spun dar, pentru că am anulat tot ce am zis înainte, și, conform studiului ANIS, care a fost publicat acum câteva săptămâni, angajații din ITNC sunt cei care au cele mai mari contribuții sociale la stat, per lucrător. Conform studiului AMCEAM, pe care l-am făcut acum 2 ani, deficitul forței de muncă în acel moment era de undeva în jur de peste 150.000 de oameni, iar conform studiului de anul acesta pe care l-am realizat în cadrul AMCEAM, în cadrul Comitetului de Educație, am descoperit că avem unul dintre cele mai mari procente de abandon școlar până la clasa 8-a din întreaga Uniune Europeană. Mai avem un pic și ajungem la 20% și, atenție, până la clasa 8-a, pe cele 12 cohorte pe care le-am analizat, împreună cu colegii la Universitatea din București, am descoperit că vom plăti undeva în jur de 5% din PIB-ul României pe parcursul vieții lor, a celor care au abandonat școala. Un cost economic și social pe care l-am calculat extrem de conservator. Și acești 5% din PIB ar putea însemna 5% din PIB-ul României dedicat educației.
O temă atunci pentru cei care trebuie să ocupe de acest aspect?
Ce aș vrea totuși, ca să facem un sandwich și să rămânem în zona pozitivă, este că un alt indicator pe care eu îl urmăresc de ceva ani este în îmbunătățire. În anul 2020 doar 1% din populația României era într-un proces de formare continuă. În anul 2024 vorbim de undeva în jur de 7%, aproape 7%.
Bun.
Și, ca să mai dăm și un alt punct pozitiv, extrem de important tot pentru economie, apropo de ce spunea Daniel, avem colegi care decid să se întoarcă în România după ce au avut o carieră de succes în companii precum cele pe care le reprezentăm noi și decid să vină să susțină de aici dezvoltarea de produse, ceea ce, din nou, cred că este o oportunitate imensă pe care ar fi păcat să o luăm ca o garanție, ca un dat. E important să o celebrăm și să o valorificăm.
Așa este, mai ales că vedem această tendință în mai multe sectoare economice, nu doar în zona de IT. Așa este. Mulțumim frumos. George, cum să văd lucrurile de la voi?
M-am gândit răspunsul în două cifre și două date, de fapt, și o speranță. Primul punct de dat este... Chiar așa e. Primul punct este că vorbesc ca un membru unei echipe de grup care are 6 funcții la nivel de grup la 6 țări europene bazate în România. Și, bineînțeles, nu pentru că oamenii sunt mai economici, dar pentru că sunt cei mai buni. Okay? Director de Technical Service, director de finanțe, director de resurse umane, director de Quality and Compliance, director de digitalizare, români, bazați în București, care plătesc taxe în București, sunt angajați la Soft Medica România și au responsabilitate și conduc și inspiră oameni din 6 țări europene. Okay? Din Europa, din Uniunea Europeană. Asta e o faptă care ne arată că soluția și politica nu trebuie să fie de acum încolo să căutăm oameni ieftini, economici, okay? Să căutăm oameni buni și să educăm și să inspirăm spre direcția asta. Al doilea dată este că atunci când cineva mă întreabă tell me about Romania, the elevator pitch, okay? Spun de 2 ori cifra 16. Primul este 16, cunoscut de toți din 2004-2005, cota unică, okay? Care a rezistat ca și corporate tax, un lucru care pentru greci este this, okay? Este out of this world. Deci 16 standard acolo la corporate tax și o lungă durată, cred că până în 2018 a fost chiar cota unică la toate veniturile. Al doilea 16, care este mai trist, este diminuarea populației. Deci populația României s-a diminuat din 1989 cu 16%. Okay? Și asta nu este întâmplator. Speranța acum este ce? Că noi, toți cei care suntem acești oameni norocoși, cu care avem posibilitatea să educăm, avem posibilitatea să instruim, avem posibilitatea să facem investiții, nu doar pe termen scurt, dar pe termen mediu și lung, să asigurăm infrastructură și în mediul privat, cât se poate și în mediul public, care să facă o infrastructură care să facă pe români plecați afară să se întoarcă înapoi. Și cred că toți ne putem imagina că nu există un medic și o asistentă medicală care nu visează să lucreze într-un mediu în care să vorbească limba maternă. Medicina este o muncă umană, este o relație umană. Nu poți, indiferent cât de bun ești, cât de bine ești tratat în Germania, în Franța, în state, să practici studiile, tot ce ai învățat ani și ani de zile, 10, 20 de ani de zile, într-o limbă străină. Este practic imposibil. Toți visează să se întoarcă. Ce caută? Caută un mediu ca lumea, cu guvernanța, cum au companii care se respectă, cu investițiile, cu toate tehnologiile și cu accesul acestor tehnologii la pacienți, în așa fel ca să-și facă treaba, la fel cum își fac treaba în Germania, în Anglia, în Franța și în Statele Unite.
Super, mulțumim frumos. Lucian?
Spuneai la început și te refereai la resursa umană sau la forța de muncă, aș adăuga eu puțin calificată, pentru că aici facem diferența sau putem să facem diferența. Probabil că toți cei de aici începem și ne orientăm la început către universități, către licee, pentru cei care încep. Și din două perspective. Odată să-i atragem și să-i facem să lucreze cu noi, dar și din perspectiva de a educa piața și de a beneficia alături de ceilalți jucători din piață, de o piață educată care crește și care crește într-un mod corect sau într-un mod smart. Avem multe exemple de investiții sau de programe făcute de oameni mai puțin pricepuți, bani aruncați sau duși pe apa sâmbetei, sau de programe și zone de dezvoltare care efectiv au tras după ele multe și alte investiții. Acum, pe lângă propriile programe de investiții, ne concentrăm puțin și ai spus mai devreme ce facem cu oamenii pe care avem, cum îi facem să rămână, cum îi Pe de o parte suntem foarte sensibili la subiectul ăsta și inclusiv la subiectul migrării forței de muncă. Schneider Electric are un program interesant, se numește OTM, un program care face disponibile locurile de muncă aproape instantaneu, locurile de muncă din România, le face disponibile către toată lumea, sau locurile de muncă de oriunde din altă lume, pe cele din România. Evident, cu barierele, nu știu, lingvistice sau de poziționări sau... Astfel, în momentul de față avem mulți colegi care lucrează de aici din România pentru aproape tot globul, pe diverse poziții, de la dezvoltare, suport, management, project management, servicii. Și mai avem un avantaj. Iar aici industria IT beneficiază din plin. Infrastructura de comunicații din România este una dintre cele mai bine dezvoltate din Europa, de la lățime de bandă până la accesibilitate, penetrare sau acoperire. Pe noi ne ajută lucrul ăsta, nu numai în business sau în soluțiile pe care le propunem, dar inclusiv în a relaționa sau a interacționa cu proprii noștri colegi. Nu în ultimul rând, când suntem întrebați la nivel global despre România și apropo de elevator pitch, da, forța de muncă sau partea de capacitate a echipei locale este întotdeauna printre primele locuri. Eu sunt mândru că putem aduce și reloca în România diverse proiecte care au nevoie încă de forță umană.
Super, mulțumim frumos. Tiberiu, voi un mare angajator, nu?
Un mare angajator,
7.000 de
da,
oameni?
7.000 și din ăștia 7.000, peste 2.700 sunt de 10 ani cu noi. Adică, apropo de cei 13, suntem o mare familie fericită. Este visul acestei țări, iar noi suntem în România acum. Înseamnă, în primul rând, ca unități, de exemplu, pentru producătorii agroalimentari să există rețele de centre de depozitare și stocare, astfel încât să fie ușor să poți să ai, nu știu, cartofii, merele și prin martie-aprilie anul viitor. Și atunci vei avea capacitatea să și exporți. Deci odată trebuie să mai lucrăm puțin pe infrastructură. Eu de vreo 15 ani sunt împreună cu Ministerul, le tot spun celor de la Ministerul Agriculturii, indiferent că în calitate de reprezentant al Oșan, membru de bord a MRCR, membru de bord cum am fost în Concordia, deci pe mai multe, trebuie să ne mișcăm un pic mai rapid pe zona asta de infrastructură. Pe urmă ne bucurăm acum că în curând o să intrăm în Schengen, nu? Că așa se zice. Este foarte aproape în momentul. Transporturile noastre nu vor mai avea bariere. Sunt milioane de ore care se pierd în fiecare lună pe subiectul ăsta. Deci eu am mare încredere în România, nu m-aș concentra pe salarii, românii să aibă o putere de cumpărare cât mai ridicată, nouă ne convine, mulțumim, și ne bucurăm, dar și lor le convine. Adică suntem români și ne bucurăm să fim aici în România din punctul ăsta de vedere.
Bun, super, mulțumim frumos. Lasă-mă aici. Good. Am terminat pe o notă pozitivă, clar. Asta e clar. Bun. Super. Foarte interesant. Aș vrea să vă propun în continuare, pentru că timpul trece, e o temă cumva care a fost atinsă de toți din panel, zona de tehnologie. Rolul pe care tehnologia îl joacă astăzi în business, sigur e un subiect foarte larg. Spuneați că adoptăm ușor tehnologia. Într-adevăr, este unul din indicatorii pe care și noi am măsurat și am văzut că ăsta este unul din criteriile pentru care investitorii vin în România, pentru că adoptăm și la nivel de persoană fizică, să citez pe cineva, și din perspectiva business-urilor, adoptăm ușor tehnologia. Ne place. Are legătură și cu educația și așa mai departe. Dar este totuși foarte interesant de văzut cum aplicăm tehnologia. Sunt multe buzzwords astăzi în industrie. Am avea puțină nevoie de ghidaj și să înțelegem mai clar, ok, ce facem, cum utilizăm tehnologia ca să, nu știu, devenim mai competitivi, să îmbunătățim experiența de client, să eficientizăm operațiunile, etc., etc. Deci un subiect pe care aș vrea să-l deschid și trebuie să profit de faptul că avem la masă două din cele mai mari companii de tehnologie din lume și aș începe cu reprezentația acestor companii și după aceea să discutăm pentru fiecare din noi cum ne impactează astfel tehnologia. Știu că Daniel are o prezentare, e lungă? Nu e lungă? Bun. Dacă e scurt, atunci să o afișăm, cred că colegii din montaj din spate. Nu se aude?
Acum? Perfect, excelent. Eu m-am născut la munte, mi-au zis mulți, și am zis că vorbesc tare, dar probabil că nu suficient de tare pentru a face chestia asta. Da. Deci vă povesteam că aseară am avut o discuție foarte interesantă într-o dezbatere publică, la care a participat domnul vicepreședinte al Academiei Române, domnul Mircea Dumitru, profesor doctor academician Mircea Dumitru, ca să mă exprim coerent. Dânsul a vorbit despre inteligența artificială din perspectiva filozofică, ceea ce mi-a plăcut foarte mult. Vă spun sincer, mi s-a părut o idee extraordinară să nu privești neapărat din perspectiva de tehnologie sau de business, ci din perspectiva filozofică. Nu o să fac ceea ce a făcut dânsul, a vorbit o oră despre lucrul ăsta, dar a fost foarte interesant și chiar vă invit să vă uitați. Eu o să vorbesc un pic din perspectiva de business și mi s-a spus că dacă stau pe scaunul ăsta și mă cheamă Daniel, cum a fost și Daniel de la președintele FIC, trebuie să am o prezentare. Și dânsul a avut o prezentare și eu am o prezentare. Ăsta e scaunul Daniel.
Înțelegem pattern-ul, da. Okay.
Perfect. Bun, înainte de a trece la lucrul ăsta, aș vrea să vă povestesc sau să vă fac o scurtă povestioară. În spate se vede doamna de acolo, o cheamă Berta Benz și este soția faimosului inventator, scuzați-mă, Carl Benz. Anul e 1888. A fost anul în care Carl Benz a inventat automobilul și soția sa, având un curaj extraordinar și având o încredere fantastică în soțul său, a luat mașina, a luat automobilul și a parcurs cel mai lung drum pe care cineva îl parcursese până atunci, folosind altceva decât căruța și cai. Drumul a fost în jur de 100 de kilometri, a durat destul de mult pentru standardele zilei de astăzi, dar a reușit să facă lucrul acesta. Chiar s-a oprit și la o farmacie unde a alimentat acest automobil, pentru că pe vremea aia nu existau benzinării. De fapt, acea farmacie este recunoscută ca prima benzinărie din lume. Da? Ce ne-a demonstrat lucrul ăsta? Ne-a demonstrat că tehnologia are un rol absolut esențial. Și dacă facem așa un leap în față, din 1888, aici avem o poză, nu știu dacă recunoașteți clădirea aceasta, este Hotel Novotel acum, fostul Teatru Național din România. Nu o să vedeți neapărat jos, pentru că stăm noi în dreptul ecranului, dar o să vedeți numai căruțe și cai. Așa arăta Bucureștiul la începutul secolului 20, în 1900. Deci această inovație nu pătrunsese încă pe străzile Bucureștiului. Dar 10 ani mai târziu, peisajul s-a schimbat fundamental. Dacă observăm, calul a început să dispară și în locul calului a apărut automobilul. De fapt, și tramvaiul la care era tras de cai aici jos este un tramvai electric. Deci în mai puțin de 10 ani de zile, o inovație a putut să schimbe fața unui oraș. Și dacă ar fi să ne referim la, și o să fac click ca să și vedeți despre ce vorbesc, genul acesta de inovație au un impact direct în economie, în sensul că fiecare inovație aduce după sine industrii întregi care sunt susținute de acea inovație. Fără automobil n-am fi avut fabricanți de cauciucuri, n-am fi avut asamblatori de mașini, o întreagă industrie, n-am fi avut nici industria petrolieră poate nu s-ar fi dezvoltat în felul acesta, nici alte industrii conexe cu automobilul. Dar de asemenea, orice inovație, jos aici, domnul să vede, vă povestesc eu, are și un impact indirect. Pentru că alte industrii și-au putut dezvolta business-urile pe baza acestei inovații. Băncile au început să acorde credite. O întreagă industrie Horeca a putut să vină la viață datorită faptului că oamenii puteau să călătorească și să parcurgă distanțe mai lungi de timp, mai lungi ca și kilometri, într-un timp foarte scurt. Au apărut industria de advertising și așa mai departe. Deci întregi industrii care de asemenea și-au dezvoltat business-urile pe baza unei inovații. Deci la final trebuie să ne gândim foarte atent cum o inovație poate să schimbe fața unei țări, unei oraș și fața unei economii. Și cred că în momentul de față suntem din nou în acest moment, când industria digitală, așa, digital economy, cum o numim noi, schimbă modul în care foarte multe business-uri interacționează. Și unul dintre factorii cheie care fac această schimbare posibilă este inteligența artificială. Și trebuie să ne gândim la inteligența artificială ca unul din acești factori pe care putem să-i folosim pentru a schimba modul în care noi desfășurăm business-ul, pentru a crește productivitatea, pentru a schimba anumite procese de business și așa mai departe. Și sunt și niște cifre care susțin genul acesta de transformare, o să susțin doar două dintre ele. În primul rând, o eficientizare și o creștere fantastică a productivității. Noi avem un studiu pe care îl facem în fiecare an, se numește World Trade Index, și în urma studiului pe care l-am publicat anul acesta, respondenții au spus că în momentul de față, folosind instrumente de inteligență artificială, fiecare angajat economisește cam 30 de minute în fiecare zi. Și asta e o cifră, să zic, foarte conservatoare. Această cifră poate crește și mai mult. Și dacă ne tot gândim că am vrea acea săptămână de 4 zile, în anumite industrii, cred că drumul către creșterea de productivitate, pentru a avea mai mult timp la dispoziție, trece prin zona aceasta de AI. Și a doua zonă, care cred că iarăși foarte importantă, este jos, poate o să transmite prezentarea către toată audiența, pentru fiecare dolar investit în inteligența artificială, există un return of investment de $3,5 pe care compania îl ia înapoi. Și ăsta e un studiu de asemenea publicat în noiembrie anul trecut de către IDC. Deci astea sunt două cifre cu care chiar aș dori să rămâneți după această prezentare. Acum, aș vrea să vă transmit câteva zone pe care ar trebui să focusați în momentul când vă gândiți
Daniel, doar
la genul acesta de tehnologie.
Un minut ca să încheiem, să dăm posibilitatea tuturor. Da?
În primul rând, inteligența artificială nu trebuie să fie doar despre tehnologie. De fapt, dacă stăm să ne gândim, și asta e o zonă în care chiar aș vrea să ne focusăm, inteligența artificială este foarte mult despre cultura pe care fiecare organizație o are. Când vorbeam de transformarea digitală, de asemenea ne gândeam că transformarea digitală nu este despre schimbare de tehnologii, ci este vorba despre schimbarea unor procese din cadrul organizațiilor. Deci prima parte, cultura și organizația, foarte importantă. A doua, zona de business strategy. Foarte important să vă gândiți o strategie. Cum adoptezi inteligența artificială? Care sunt procesele de business pe care vreau să le schimb? Care sunt zonele? Clienți externi? Ce prioritizez pentru a face lucrul acesta? Cum îmi construiesc expertiză? Cum construiesc skilling? Vorbeam în pauză cu cineva și făceam un pic o gândire. Degeaba fac un deployment major de inteligență artificială sau schimb un întreg proces dacă oamenii din organizația mea nu folosesc procesul respectiv. Deci trebuie să construiesc skill-urile necesare pentru a face zona aceasta. Gândiți-vă la guvernanța pe inteligență artificială. Foarte, foarte important și relevant. Cum fac să fiu sigur că folosesc instrumente sigure. Și de asemenea, strategia pe tehnologie.
Super, mulțumim frumos.
Ultimul,
să dăm cuvântul și
un singur minut, pentru că graficul ăsta e foarte important, cred eu.
Daniel, 10 secunde, te rog frumos.
10 secunde. Și închid ideea, da, o idee bună. Și repet, asta nu e valabil pentru Microsoft, e valabil pentru toată industria. Toți cred că ați auzit despre acel faimos clasament DESI, da? Care spune că România este pe ultimul loc pe digitalizare din Uniunea Europeană. Penultimul, cam acolo ne învârtim. Deloitte a făcut un studiu foarte important care spune că pentru fiecare punct pe care o economie îl are în DESI, corespunde 0,65 din GDP. Da? Deci dacă creștem cu un punct, 0,65 din GDP crește. Deci e o corelație foarte strânsă între digitalizarea unei țări și GDP-ul țării respective. Și aici aveți un grafic. Ce ar fi România să fie la jumătatea clasamentului, am crește cu vreo 5% pe an, minim, ce am fi să fim la nivelul Danemarcei, care conduce în clasamentul ăsta, am crește cu 8-9%. Și cu lucrul ăsta aș vrea să închid, pentru că există o corelație foarte strânsă între tehnologie, digitalizare, utilizarea tehnologiilor avansate ca inteligența artificială și GDP-ul, puterea de trai, puterea de cumpărare și nivelul de trai pe care fiecare român îl are.
Super.
Foarte scurt.
Mulțumim frumos. Google, AI, take on AI.
Tot ce spune Daniel, să se audă. Tot ce spune Daniel este extrem de valoros. Putem dupla cu studiile pe care le-am făcut pentru România anul acesta, apropo de impactul AI-ului pe următorii 10 ani în economia României, potențial între 5 și 8%, sau cu un studiu pe care doar ce l-am lansat, făcut cu cei de la Implement Consulting, un partener care în Danemarca lucrează de altfel cu guvernul danez, un studiu care ne-a arătat că am putea câștiga în următorii 10 ani 660 de milioane de euro pentru PIB-ul României dacă am implementa AI în administrația publică.
Wow.
Deci datele acestea există și evident că nu are rost, adică sunt total de acord cu toate elementele pe care le-a prezentat Daniel, sunt extrem de valoroase, am propriile mele povești apropo de cum a evoluat tehnologia și cum Gutenberg n-a fost singurul care a distrus mințile unora crezând că o să dispară. Ba din contră a creat joburi noi, dar cred că Vedeți, eu am un alt acronim pe care îl folosesc, în care de data asta nu mai vorbesc deloc de cifre. Acronimul este HER. Nu e feminist, ci este pur și simplu un acronim de la cuvintele honest, empathic and reflexive. Iertați-mi engleza. Onești, cu empatie și reflexivi. La ce? La managementul schimbării. Pentru că, de fapt, cred că acolo sunt zonele pe care trebuie să le avem în vedere. Și mă gândeam în timp ce vorbeai la raportul Draghi, care nici măcar nu menționează Europa de Sud-Est, apropo, dar vorbește despre câteva lucruri care trebuie să se schimbe dramatic. Din 2019 până în prezent, în Uniunea Europeană sunt peste 100 de elemente de legislație care au fost făcute pentru zona digitală. Peste 100. Ceea ce înseamnă că e foarte complicat, complex mediul pentru a inova. Din nou, investițiile făcute în zona de inovație de către guverne, mult mai mici decât tot ce se întâmplă în celelalte regiuni, de aceea și cele mai mari companii din lume, în momentul acesta în top, avem una singură din zona farmaceutică din Uniunea Europeană, nu și altele.
Corect.
Zona de infrastructură și apoi zona pentru care am eu un cuib de cuci deasupra capului tot timpul, educația. Competențele pe care trebuie să le avem. Trebuie să înțelegem că e normal să mă tem, pentru că nu înțeleg că nu e vorba de job, ci de task-uri care pot fi augmentate sau automatizate. Dar pentru asta trebuie să înțeleg și diferența între un job și task-urile care subsumează jobul respectiv și de aceea cred că avem și o responsabilitate și o obligație enormă să fim onești în fața acestei situații, să avem foarte multă empatie, să înțelegem că, sigur, trebuie mai întâi să explicăm de ce motorul acela a adus beneficii, exact cum a făcut colegul meu, și trebuie să gestionăm acest lucru cu investiții ample în a educa.
Super, mulțumim frumos. Domnul Naru se grăbește și trebuie să plece, dați-mi voie să-i dau dânsului cuvântul acum.
Aș porni de la poza aia cu căruța și cu automobilul, 10 ani, și diferența de 10 ani. Știți cât a fost rata de adopție pentru World Wide Web în lume? Aproximativ? 10 ani a fost rata de adopție World Wide Web, adică rata de adopție înseamnă în cât timp ajungem la un anumit număr de utilizatori. Știți cât a fost rata de adopție pentru AI? Aproximativ? 2 luni. 2 luni.
Asta lângă dumneavoastră.
Da. Dar există o mare diferență. Cât consumă o interogare AI versus o interogare World Wide Web clasică, fie că este Google, fie că este Microsoft, de 10 ori mai mult. Tot cifra 10. Consum energetic, din punct de vedere infrastructură, o interogare AI necesită de 10 ori mai multă energie. Marea problemă în ziua de astăzi pentru infrastructura IT o reprezintă centrele de date. În ziua de astăzi, disponibilitatea centrelor de date este limitată. Din câte știu, în România nu există, cel puțin până acum, poate Google și Microsoft ne fac o surpriză în perioada următoare, să vedem și noi un mare centru de date. Cred că în Grecia este cel mai apropiat centru de date de dimensiuni cât de cât rezonabile, dar în momentul de față centrele de date sunt ca infrastructură limitate din punct de vedere capacitate și disponibilitate de calcul. Acum, în afară de puterea de calcul, puterea de procesare, există și un alt ingredient care este disponibilitatea de putere. Mă refer la energie aici. Disponibilitatea de putere care joacă un rol important în alegerea unui investitor de a investi în România, în Danemarca sau în Irlanda. Sunt zone în Europa care sunt absolut limitate din punct de vedere al disponibilității, așa cum sunt zone în Europa care sunt favorizate prin prisma poziționării geopolitice. Ce înseamnă asta? Câteva grade, de exemplu, diferență de temperatură între sudul și nordul Europei poate să facă o diferență enormă din punct de vedere costuri energetice. De ce? Pentru că răcirea unui centru de date este foarte importantă și foarte, foarte costisitoare. Eu aș pleda pentru investițiile de acest gen. Haideți să ne gândim că în câțiva ani, dacă toate lucrurile merg bine, o să avem reactorul 3, reactorul 4, avem investiții în derulare în energie regenerabilă, avem investiții în hidrocentrale, deci vom fi clar un jucător, știți toate poveștile din sectorul de petrol și gaze, zăcăminte pe care le avem, vom fi un jucător cu putere sau cu capacitate energetică disponibilă. Tare mult mi-ar place să o aducem și în zona asta de centre de date. Schneider Electric este implicat în momentul de față în multe dintre proiectele energetice din România și am mare încredere că vom fi în viitorul apropiat un jucător nu numai în zona de resurse umane, cum spuneau colegii mei, dar și în zona de infrastructură, adică să oferim servicii de disponibilitate energetică și IT pentru toată Europa. Și ne întoarcem la oameni, trebuie să avem și cu cine să facem chestia asta. Și tare mult mi-aș dori că dacă ne auzim peste 5 ani să auzim despre noi că ne-am dublat efectivele sau că colegii noștri sunt din ce în ce mai fericiți să lucreze cu noi.
Să ne urăm succes atunci în acest sens. Întorc către George. Mulțumim frumos, Lucian. Tehnologia schimbă astăzi modul în care se face medicină, experiența pacientului, modul în care medicii lucrează și interacționează. Cum se vede zona asta de tehnologie?
Încerc să fac o foarte scurtă introducere a fenomenului, pentru că nici expert nu sunt, dar nici timp nu avem suficient. Dar în 3 diferite stadii, cu siguranță avem precizie, și asta este tagline-ul grupului nostru, puterea preciziei. Avem precizia la diagnostic astăzi, cu aparatura pe care o avem, bineînțeles, și asta se întâmplă în centrele noastre astăzi, în timp ce vorbim în România. Aparatura medicală pe care o avem, puterea CT-urilor, RMN-urilor, pe de o parte, pe de altă parte, pregătirea medicilor, medici foarte bine pregătiți aici în România. Și în al treilea rând, puterea computerilor, puterea calculatorilor pe care le avem ca să proceseze datele, ce n-aveam acum câțiva ani. Avem posibilitate să diagnosticăm orice bolă, orice fel de boală, cât mai devreme cât se poate. Și cu toți știm cât de important este să existe acest prognostic precoce și această diagnoză precoce. Una la mână. Al doilea aspect este precizia la intervenție, cu chirurgie robotică, chirurgicală, cu roboți chirurgicali pe care le avem astăzi în o grămadă de spitale, în primul rând private și câteva publice în România. Departarea tumorilor, de exemplu, se poate face fără să afectăm orice alt fel de tissue, țesut, care nu trebuie să fie atins și afectat, mai ales când e vorba de nervi, sistemul nervos general, periferic. Și al treilea rând, avem posibilitatea astăzi, cu toate tehnologiile și toate datele pe care le avem, să avem chiar prognoză. Și asta este dezvoltarea genotipului. Pe lângă fenotip, pe care îl avem prin imagistică și toate celelalte diagnoze, avem astăzi, în sfârșit, și genotip. Și combinația celor două imagini ne dă nu doar o diagnoză, dar ne dă și o prognoză unei boli, în așa fel ca să ne putem proteja. Dar o să închei cu ce am început, că suntem foarte mândri de sectorul privat și investițiile care s-au făcut în sectorul privat, în spitalele private din România astăzi n-au nimic de invidiat față de ce se întâmplă în alte țări în zonă. Această dezvoltare a acestui sector a adus și medici din străinătate, adică foarte mulți medici au ales să plece din spitalele universitare, din Germania, din Anglia, și să vină să lucreze în spitalele private din România. Și speranța noastră este că, în sfârșit, într-o zi, va urmări același exemplu sau va urma același exemplu și sectorul public, pentru că nu e normal să avem în București 7 sisteme Da Vinci și roboți chirurgicali în toate spitalele private posibile și la Institutul Clinic Fundeni și la Institutul Oncologic Fundeni să nu există unul. Da. Adică asta chiar este un paradox. Și asta e lupta noastră, să încercăm să facem tot ce depinde de noi ca să ajungem acolo. Sper că am dat un răspuns suficient.
Da, mulțumim frumos. Cumva, sectorul public, fiecare dintre voi l-ați atins cumva, mai mult sau mai puțin, rămâne pentru o altă discuție apropo de chestia asta. O să lăsăm pe Brian să tragă concluziile. O să te rog pe tine acum, cum implementează Oceanu tehnologie, cum se folosește de tehnologie ca să devină mai competitiv, mai customer-centric?
Foarte bine zis, customer-centric, da. Tehnologia o folosim pentru a simplifica viața și pentru a crește performanța angajaților, dar și a clienților. Le facem o viață mai simplă. când aleg, când cumpără. Experiența de shopping este mai bună. Așa că noi, de-a lungul timpului, am avut întotdeauna o preocupare pentru a găsi soluții prin care să simplificăm viața clienților, de exemplu, și atunci am fost primii care au introdus în România casele self-checkout. După aia, vă povesteam înainte, ca să, așa, o cireașă de pe tort, primul magazin autonom din România în care ai intrat, ai pus produsele unde ai vrut, în coș, în buzunar, în geantă, ai ieșit și ești automat debitat. Este un proiect de R&D pe care îl avem și e în nordul capitalei, foarte bun, din care învățăm foarte multă tehnologie, camere de luat vederi, senzor de mișcare și AI. Dar nu asta este partea principală. Partea principală este aplicația, Oșan, Scan & Go, programul de fidelitate, retail media acum pentru branduri. E o divizie pe care o conduc eu, care propune brandurilor o comunicare super targetată în funcție de profilul clienților, că e digitală sau digital in store, și care în câțiva ani de zile, dacă ne revedem, cum a zis colegul nostru, va fi o alternativă absolut de luat în considerare de toți anunțătorii la televiziuni, Google și așa mai departe. Ceea ce, de fapt, se întâmplă la nivel mondial pentru că crește substanțial. Deci suntem aici și, nu în ultimul rând, aș spune, tehnologia ne folosește și în activitatea de a proteja mediul, de sustenabilitate. Tehnologia ne-a permis, de exemplu, să introducem un sistem de etichetare pentru produsele care sunt aproape de expirare și să salvăm 20 de milioane de produse prin programul Zero Risipă. Poate nu vi se pare puțin, enorm, n-am aruncat 20 de milioane de produse. Tot tehnologia ne-a permis în 2000, este ultimul exemplu, în 2010 sau cam așa, 90, să punem primul automat de colectare automată a ambalajelor. Deci, iată, tehnologia ne ajută. Finalitatea este să facem viața mai bună pentru toți. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumim și noi. Elisabeta trebuie să retragă. Tu înțeleg. Cred că toată lumea empatizează cu acesta. E ok. Mulțumim foarte mult. Mulțumim foarte mult. Brian, ai avut cumva ocazia să-i asculți pe toți
working here.
Yes,
There we go.
working now.
Yeah, just to comment, because I come at this whole AI and technology angle from, as a, being a lawyer and being an owner of a law firm, there's both opportunities and threats. And how do I mean that? In terms of opportunities, obviously this has created a whole new body of law, a whole new area of law. If we look at one of my colleagues who's in the audience here, Flavius, is a TMT lawyer, which, 10 years ago we didn't even know it. It's technology, media, and telecom, or ITIP. So it's a whole area of law that's evolved to service this. We have legislation coming from Brussels to regulate the sector. We have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the AI Act. All of this is coming down the pike. We have to be prepared. So that creates, of course, in a cynical way, you could say, a lot of opportunity for lawyers because there's a lot of legal work there. On the flip side, the challenge, what is the threat? The threat is that let's call it the lower value commodity legal work is being threatened directly by AI. What do I mean by that? I mean, you can now go on ChatGPT and come up with a pretty good draft of a commercial lease. You can, and I probably shouldn't say this, maybe I'm giving away a secret here, but no, the reality is that you are going to see more and more of that, let's say, lower value commodity work essentially being digitalized, and it will put lawyers out of work, frankly. So as lawyers, we see this and we brainstorm about this in Vienna. How do we address the challenges? We can't, it's like the automobile example. We can't ignore that in 10 years, there may be areas of law that we've been replaced by digital technologies. Now, again, albeit there may be new areas of law that will open up. So what we look at as lawyers is we're always looking where we have to maintain, in essence, that human element. We want to be more than just a paper pusher. We want to be a lawyer that's a trusted advisor that really is giving insight. At the end of the day, I don't think if you've got your lawyer sitting at your shoulder and you're about to negotiate a €100 million transaction, you're not going to rely on ChatGPT, right? You're going to need to have that human element. But what this means is as lawyers, we're going to be forced to adapt or die, like the example here of the way the city had to adapt. And I think it creates great opportunities for us, but it's going to be some challenges. So we have to be nimble, and we have to be, being in the service industry, we can't put our head in the sand like the ostrich and think it won't affect us, because it will. And many lawyers and legal publications are analyzing the implications of what AI will mean on the profession of law.
Mulțumim foarte mult, Brian. And on this happy note, am terminat timpul alocat sesiunii noastre, l-am și depășit puțin, cu scuze pentru organizatori, dar topicurile au fost consistente și le lăsăm pe celelalte teme poate pentru întâlnire viitoare. Mulțumesc foarte mult pentru participare, scuze că v-am grăbit pe alocuri, să ne revedem cu bine. Nu știu dacă luăm o pauză, ne vor spune organizatorii imediat. Mulțumim!
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
How do you make an impact? How do you create change? Real, meaningful, positive change in the world around us. It starts with a truly diverse group of talented people, creating a workplace where everyone belongs and thrives. It starts with a hunger to learn, striving to develop our expertise and hone our skills, always wanting more. It starts with a shared purpose, to make the most of our energy and resources and build a more resilient and sustainable future. It starts with turning ambitions into actions, getting things done with speed and simplicity for our customers, our partners, our communities, making our mark on the world. It starts with open minds, thinking differently and deeply about how the world works and why, and learning every day. It starts with collaboration and trust, because when we work together, we make the impossible possible. Impact is not just for today. It's about generational change and leaving the world in a better place for the ones that come next. Because what we do today will change tomorrow. Schneider Electric. Impact starts with us.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
How do you make an impact? How do you create change? Real, meaningful, positive change in the world around us. It starts with a truly diverse group of talented people, creating a workplace where everyone belongs and thrives. It starts with a hunger to learn, striving to develop our expertise and hone our skills, always wanting more. It starts with a shared purpose, to make the most of our energy and resources and build a more resilient and sustainable future. It starts with turning ambitions into actions, getting things done with speed and simplicity for our customers, our partners, our communities, making our mark on the world. It starts with open minds, thinking differently and deeply about how the world works and why, and learning every day. It starts with collaboration and trust, because when we work together, we make the impossible possible. Impact is not just for today. It's about generational change and leaving the world in a better place for the ones that come next. Because what we do today will change tomorrow. Schneider Electric. Impact starts with us.
Facem o poză în jos sau în picioare? Bună ziua, începem evenimentul. Sunt Radu Andrei Tudor, mă bucur să revin alături de dumneavoastră. Am alături de mine astăzi câteva personalități care fac lucrurile să meargă, aș spune, ca pe roate în România. Vom vorbi în cele ce urmează despre industria auto din România și despre provocările cărora trebuie să le răspundă oamenii care se ocupă de acest sector atât de important pentru dezvoltarea economică și socială din România și nu numai. Îi salut pe invitații acestui panel. Este vorba despre domnul Mihai Bordanu, responsabil de producția, de brandul și de vânzările Dacia. Bine ați venit! Vă mulțumim că sunteți aici. Alături de noi este și domnul Cristian for Albrechtfeld, sper că am pronunțat bine, este Country Head and General Manager la Continental România. Sandrina Köbinger, Head of Economic and Commercial Section of the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Bucharest. Și Valeria Baistrochi, Political Affairs Consular and Deputy Head of Diplomatic Mission at the Embassy of the Italian Republic in Bucharest. Vă mulțumesc că sunteți aici. Va avea loc o discuție extrem de interesantă despre un domeniu care, spuneam de la bun început, face lucrurile să meargă ca pe roate, sperăm. Voi începe cu domnul Mihai Bordanu. Sectorul auto din România constituie, suntem cu toții de acord, un motor cheie al creșterii economice și aș vrea să ne spuneți cum vedeți dumneavoastră evoluția industriei în contextul schimbărilor globale către vehiculele electrice și sustenabilitate.
Bună seara și mulțumesc pentru invitație. Am un răspuns simplu și unul mai complicat. Să începem cu ăsta simplu. O să fie o perioadă interesantă. O perioadă interesantă pentru industrie, o perioadă probabil de câțiva ani, când în acești ani ce urmează, începând cu 2025, se vor întâmpla mai multe lucruri în industria auto decât s-au întâmplat în ultimii 70. Și nu neapărat pentru că vrem lucrul ăsta, ci pentru că în parte trebuie să o facem. Suntem cumva ghidați și de reglementări de Comisia Europeană. Am mai spus-o, nu e prima dată, suntem cumva dintre favoriții Comisiei în ceea ce privește reglementările. Nu e așa, pentru că primim fiecare an între 8 și 10 reglementări serioase care determină, evident, cheltuieli și investiții din partea noastră, dacă tot suntem la un forum al investitorilor. Deci va trebui să facem lucrul ăsta, va trebui să ne electrificăm cumva mai rapid decât vreți dumneavoastră, clienții. Sunt convins că aveți mașini, mare parte dintre voi și conduceți, indiferent dacă ele sunt Dacia, Renault sau altă marcă. Dacă ne uităm la reglementări, cam 15% în Europa vorbesc acum, nu în România, 15% dintre mașini sunt vândute, sunt electrice. Dacă ar fi să respectăm reglementarea europeană, așa cum e ea scrisă acum, ar trebui la anul acest 15 să devină 22. Da? Deci undeva 50% în plus mașini electrice, cifrele nu arată deloc așa. Iar dacă nu se întâmplă acest lucru, va trebui să plătim niște amenzi. Aici când spun va trebui să plătim niște amenzi, nu mă refer încă o dată doar la automobile Dacia, ci la toată industria, la toți producătorii auto. Suma respectivă estimată se ridică la 16 miliarde de euro. În al doilea rând, în afară de reglementări, avem și apetitul clienților pentru electrificare și pentru mașini electrice.
Care a tot crescut în ultima...
foarte important pentru noi la Dacia. Evident că el a crescut pentru că pleacă de la zero. Și atunci, de la zero...
Lucrurile sunt mai simple, da.
De la 0 la 7, de exemplu, cam unde se află acum, e ușor. O să vedem cum se întâmplă lucrurile astea mai departe. Noi la Dacia ținem foarte mult și asta aș vrea să rețineți și cu asta închei, că poate am luat cam mult timp. E foarte important să avem satisfacția clienților noștri, clienților de Dacia. Am adus pe piață un model hibrid atunci când am putut să aducem un model hibrid la cel mai bun raport calitate-preț, nu înainte. Am fi putut să facem asta înainte, am fi putut să facem asta cu 10 ani.
Și se poate menține acest lucru pe viitor?
Noi spunem că lansăm o mașină atunci când suntem siguri că ea ajunge la cel mai bun raport calitate-preț. Asta e filozofia Dacia, asta a fost filozofia Dacia și asta va fi. Nu se schimbă nimic aici.
Sunt curios, domnule Albrisfeld, care sunt, din punctul dumneavoastră de vedere, principalele trenduri în industria auto?
As being here in the Investors Council and just thinking about additional investment in Romania or somewhere else, I think we need to look first to the overall global situation. We are in a time of changes, call it like this. We just get to a multipolar world, geostrategic, geopolitical, geoeconomic, a lot of things are changing. Asia, China are getting more and more important. And unfortunately, as we see here directly in front of us, somehow war is also getting back to be a means of I'm not saying solving conflicts, but to work at conflicts. There are a lot of megatrends. One of the biggest megatrends, of course, which you just mentioned, is sustainability. And I think here also we need to be very careful to finally do what is necessary to do for the world. A global warming is a global issue. It's not a local issue. And finally, we need to do the right things. Of course, we have now, as Mihai just mentioned, we have regulations to follow. But we see two topics here. First, the population in certain elections just start to just express that mainly the stomach is much nearer than a sustainability target, and now they vote in this direction. We see here also extremism starting, because people somehow are not convinced. Before in the panel we have seen a nice picture, how the picture for here in Bucharest, and we can see this also in America and everywhere, in 10 years changed from carriages, horse carriages, to cars. Not because any government was just saying you have to do it, but because consumers were convinced they wanted to have it. We just changed also to this sort of telephones from the bottoms, which I also liked very much. You can write SMS while doing something else because you feel where your tips are, but finally you just went because it was more performant. And currently we see an issue with the market. The market is not following. And this is a little bit a topic where we just see the issues. On the other hand, also the question is, looking to sustainability, to global warming, is it helping the global warming if mainly our direction of just trying to just cope with the regulations in Europe is just leading to the fact that we just see here the industry going down. And mainly, I take now one example. Batteries are just produced in a country where about 7% of the primary energy is sustainable. The rest, 93%, is by charcoal and oil. And even getting, just according to different sources, now there are built a lot of additional power plants in charcoal just to have this overall energy to produce a lot of more things. So I think the direction is clearly the right one, but we need to see that on the short term and middle term, we are just going into the right direction as a globe and not just as certain countries. This is mainly what we currently, how I would just see the overall part. We are all committed to do this work. We are all committed to deliver what the customer want, and of course also to keep to all the regulations.
Și aș vrea acum să-i adresez o întrebare doamnei Köbinger. Industria atât în România Germania și la nivel global am picat toți de acord că se confruntă cu niște transformări importante. Întrebarea mea pentru dumneavoastră ar fi: care sunt cele mai importante reforme ce pot fi implementate pentru a asigura creșterea continuă?
Thank you. Well, I think all of the reforms that are necessary, you can find them in a very interesting document, which is the report by Mario Draghi. There you find the major answers, and I mean, a lot of reforms have already started as well in Germany, but I mean, it's no secret. Currently, Germany is facing structural challenges as well, so a lot of the ideas that Mario Draghi is now suggesting are shared by the German government, are as well ideas that have been floating around as well, just to name maybe a couple of them. So he stresses obviously the massive need of innovation, especially in green technologies. Additional investments of 750 billion euro per year. That's obviously something that needs to be swallowed somehow and needs to be found somewhere. That's certainly not easy, but it's clear that there's a clear investment need in Germany, and I'm always very glad to see that in Romania, for example, we see a lot of investments now in the infrastructure, which is certainly something that is very helpful. Innovation also seen in the sense that there's a need to encourage small and medium enterprises as well. For example, to collaborate, to also enhance their innovative processes. I think companies like Continental are very innovative, very much already in sync with universities developing new tools, but there's an overall need to also encourage small and medium enterprises to always look for innovation, to always go a bit further in developing product solutions. And also innovation also means investments in human capital. And there again, I think what's exactly the right approach is bringing businesses and universities closer together. In the PNRR now there's also major investments foreseen in dual education, which is, I think, what also the German example shows, and where a lot of strength still lies, is where this works the best. Then another point by Draghi is obviously competitive energy prices. A thing that needs to be tackled in Germany as well. The government, their government in Germany is still trying to find major solutions to that. But solutions like power purchase agreements or contracts for difference, that can certainly be instruments that make the prices less volatile. And I think that's what we always hear from businesses on a government perspective. It creates predictability, and predictability is one of the major, obviously, conditions for investments. And maybe then third point, which I also found very interesting in the report of Mario Draghi, is we need to reduce our dependency in key areas, such as raw materials or wafer production. And also there, some major steps have been already taken on European level, on German level as well. But a lot is still to do, for example, in reducing unnecessary bureaucratic measures. For example, in Germany, we now have adopted a practice that every year we have a bureaucracy reduction act. All ministries are actively called to look at ways how to make processes more streamlined, more easier. There's now, soon a platform will be created where businesses, people, everybody can just propose actually actions to reduce bureaucracy. So I think these are also important and necessary steps in order to strengthen our industry.
Mulțumesc foarte mult. Cuvântul predictibilitate, cuvânt cheie, de fapt pentru toate domeniile, cred că e la fel. Doamna Baistrochi, știm, românii iubesc Italia și avem mulți concetățeni care locuiesc în prezent în țara dumneavoastră. Aș vrea să ne spuneți care ar fi principalele domenii de cooperare economică între Italia și România?
Can you hear me? Okay, no, yes.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this event. Yes, this is a huge strength of our cooperation. It's one of the main, I think, values and factors for the success of our cooperation, because we have a huge Romanian community in Italy, which is historically well integrated and active in all sectors of economy. Romania and Italy have a very strong and historical friendship. The political relationship, of course, is the one that we try to encourage as much as possible, but from the political relationship we have a very strong economic partnership as well. This was also highlighted very recently. We had this February in Rome the last session of the Intergovernmental Summit between Italy and Romania, which was attended by the two premiers, Meloni and Ciolacu, and back-to-back we organized also, not me, I mean, I wasn't here yet, but we organized a back-to-back a business forum, which saw the participation of 200 companies, showing, you know, the interest to cooperate even more than we do. It's, as I said, a very historical story, a success one, which started at the beginning of the 90s and has known so far 2 phases and 1/3 phase, which is only at the beginning, and we want to see, you know, more and more in the future. At the beginning, as many of you probably know, I mean, there was a very limited cooperation in scope, in geographical areas where Italian companies were active, and it was mainly, let's say, favored and fueled by some comparative advantages. The second phase was more intense, more, let's say, more broad, and we saw the participation of many more companies which started also to innovate, to intervene in different sectors, let's say sectors that have high technology in the Romanian market, and now we have a widespread participation and presence in you know, all the country. So the latest figures show a presence of more than 20,000 companies with Italian participations less capital, which is not bad at all, in all sectors of cooperation, from banking to financial, from energy to infrastructure to manufacturing. The last phase is the one that we are actually witnessing to, and we try to promote as much as possible. It's the phase that tries to address the challenges that we have now, which were also mentioned by the previous speakers. We see at the European level, international level, many megatrends, as it was said, many challenges, and our idea, our goal is actually to have a bigger cooperation which starts from what we've built so far, so which starts from, let's say, the connection of supply chains, so from a robust manufacturing base, but goes forward, try to address what are the real priorities and challenges for everybody's agenda, not just our industrial sectors, but our economies and our country. So let's say the transition, you know, the double transition, digital and then green, decarbonization, which is one of the priorities that the Draghi report, which you read very carefully, highlighted, and others, the transition to a fully circular economy model, which is probably the most important outcome we need to achieve if we want the system to be fully sustainable.
Mulțumesc frumos. N-aș vrea să uităm componenta umană, extrem de importantă în orice business. Domnule Bordeanu, mă întorc la dumneavoastră. România are o forță de muncă foarte bine calificată, în special în inginerie și producție. Și aș vrea să vă întreb ce se mai poate face în plus pentru dezvoltarea acesteia în acord cu evoluția sectorului auto.
Da, e o întrebare foarte bună și un subiect care ar merita dezbătut mai mult și sper să putem face asta începând cu ianuarie, februarie, anul viitor, când vom avea o nouă administrație. Răspunsul e la fel, nu e foarte complicat. Cel direct ar fi o reconfigurare a curiculei. Practic, cam asta ar trebui, o reconfigurare a curiculei, ca evident ea să vină mai aproape de realitate, mai aproape de cerințele, în cazul nostru, industriei auto.
Aveți o problemă cu găsirea forței de muncă? Aveți o problemă în a recruta oameni foarte bine calificați în acest moment?
Nu putem spune că avem o inflație de forță de muncă în România, dimpotrivă, și nu e numai părerea mea, cred că toată lumea de la masă crede același lucru și mai mult, cred că și în afara industriei, întrebăm alte industrii, alte sectoare de activitate din România, toți vor da același răspuns. Nu există suficient de multă forță de muncă, am avut de-a face an de an cu plecări masive, ne punem două întrebări simple. Cum facem să nu mai plece atâta lume și cum facem să se întoarcă lumea. Adică, încă o dată, nu avem aici lucruri foarte, foarte complicate de întrebat, e complicat de răspuns la ele. Cam așa ar fi. De asta pomenesc de reconfigurare și, încă o dată, nu e teorie. Noi facem asta, ați menționat mai devreme educația duală din Germania. Noi facem lucrul ăsta la Mioveni, în parteneriat cu Consiliul Local de acolo și cu Universitatea Tehnică din Pitești. Avem un campus educațional în plan pentru deschiderea în anul viitor. Există fonduri europene pe care le-am accesat pentru asta. Va trebui ca fiecare dintre noi să facem câte ceva. Răspunsul nu e doar la administrație sau doar la guvern, așteptăm să se întâmple. Va trebui ca fiecare dintre noi să punem cumva umărul la reconfigurarea asta totală a sistemului de învățământ, cu prioritate pe educația duală.
Sunt tare curios ce viziune referitoare la acest subiect are domnul Albrisfeld. Așadar, forța de muncă, un subiect important pe agenda organizațiilor din întreaga lume, având în vedere lipsa specialiștilor, lipsă cu care se confruntă atât România cât și alte țări. Care este strategia companiei Continental în fața acestei mari provocări, aș spune eu?
Este o provocare pe o parte să găsim același... am început în engleză, nu? So, to just start with a good educated workforce. This was the one topic. On the other topic also, what we need to see in Romania. We have a very easy picture. 10 years ago, salariul minim was at 945 RON. So we have now the factor of 4 of the human capital cost, to say it like this. I don't like the word, but finally it's also costs in 10 years. Finally, we need to bring then also our productivity in our plants exactly to this level, which means a lot of additional automation. And with this, we need, of course, much more skilled workforce. So our people need to have a better training. The one part, looking to the production, is clear. We started as Continental in 2011 with the education minister at that time, the școala profesională după model german, so the dual education after the German model, which now is just getting to the next step, which is having these dual education hubs in certain cities. Also in Timișoara, we just now started this part together with the university. So we have up to now on this level more than 500 pupils we just developed here in different, made out of then mechanic, mechatronics and so on. Then the other topic is clear. We need, and this is what we started already about 25 years ago when we started in Romania, we have seen the big potential from the universities. So we did not start just with Lohnfertigung, so this typical topic which you just take out of the German, but we started already with cercetare, dezvoltare, so R&D in Romania. So we built up to now I think we have 9,000 people in research and development and also global shared services. So we bring additional education to Romania, which we always did in cooperation with universities. We have about 1,000 students permanently which are working, which just are making also practice in our premises. And this means also further developing the newest megatrends. So the trends, which we have also seen in the technology forum now 1 hour before, going to artificial intelligence, big data management, cybersecurity, all these things we are using in our company, and we as a Continental developed also some master classes and now just getting even more into this direction with the university of just growing this knowledge. And it's clear a topic which we need, because if the costs of the employee and the value just is higher there, we need to have also jobs with higher value creation. Only with this we still can grow in Romania. So this is our major idea, understanding, anticipating the megatrends in the automotive industry, but also in the other areas, and just develop this in advance with university, with școala profesională, to just be then able to do this.
Bun, și pentru că suntem la capitolul la care am insistat foarte mult să ajungem, provocări și nu deloc mici, aș vrea să o întreb pe doamna Köbinger, care sunt principalele legături pentru inovație, politici industriale și climatice și prioritățile strategice ale Uniunii Europene, inclusiv reziliența și securitatea Uniunii Europene.
I'm sorry, can you...
Yes. Care sunt principalele legături între inovație, politici industriale și climatice și prioritățile strategice ale Uniunii Europene, inclusiv reziliența și securitatea Uniunii Europene? Cum aveți de gând să gestionați toate aceste lucruri pentru ca producția să poată să fie menținută pe aceeași linie de plutire?
Well, I think a lot of attention now lays on the new commission that will soon resume their offices. But I think a lot of the signals that we are hearing is that the new commission will, stronger than before, try to reunite industry policy and a Green Deal. That's certainly the great expectation from everybody, and I think Commission President von der Leyen also has made remarks indicating that she clearly wants to look in this direction. And I think, there are fabulous examples where green policy or green industry is not in contradiction to growth. We have excellent German companies, for example, in the field of biotechnology or energy efficiency. So a lot of value lays in these fields, but it's true that that's not the truth for every sector. Some sectors, there's more of a contradiction. So looking there more in detail and finding responses that correspond to the different sectors and their different situations, that's certainly one of the answers. And I very much like the example of Continental trying to always improve your workforce, trying to always anticipate what is coming. And I think they realize that there's a lot of benefit also inside such an approach. So you mentioned the Scuola Duală in Timișoara. I think Brașov, Kronstadt is another excellent example. Just maybe one tiny point to add to the workforce. What I always found interesting as well, coming here to Romania as a woman with 2 small kids, was actually there might still be some potential in the working moms. I am always astonished by the high numbers of women with engineering degrees, but I see there's a lack of, for example, facilities of kindergartens, of gradinices for small kids. And I think that could be also help to have excellent and very well educated workforce that is currently faced with the difficult situation of having to rely on family if there, or otherwise trying to find some other solutions.
Thank you. Mulțumesc frumos. Doamna Baistrochi, apropo de investiții, sunt multe companii cu capital italienesc care își desfășoară activitatea în România. Aș vrea să vă întreb ce credeți că le-a atras în a-și desfășura activitatea în țara noastră?
Thank you. As I said at the beginning, it was the, let's say, evident, advantages, favorable taxation, low-cost labor. But then, in the end, of course, let's say, as I said before, the presence of a diaspora in Italy worked very well. I've been in Romania for a very short period, but I was in Albania before, a few years ago, and I remember how much, the importance of actually people moving and integrating to Italy, was big in terms of, let's say, making more and more investors come to Romania. And then there are so many, let's say, factors in place, a lot of similarities, culture, traditions, language, which helps somehow, at least when it's written, and a lot of other factors. There was also a moment, I think, until a few years ago, where actually there was a very good, not just quality, but also quantity of workforce. Now also our companies have actually started to, to advocate, for more investments because it's getting more and more difficult. And the productivity doesn't actually rise at the same level as prices, markups, and competition among companies does in attracting skilled labor force. And then also, let's say there is, this economy of scale, I don't know if I can call it like this, but which is caused by the first investments. At the beginning, these investments, as I said, were really, let's say, simple manufacturing, but now we're talking about companies investing, innovating, investing not only in the country, let's say, from a concrete point of view, but also in research and development. So, of course, it makes Romania more and more interesting to come to and to stay.
Mulțumesc frumos și ascultând aceste lucruri aș vrea să vă întreb, domnule Bordeanu, ce sfaturi ați da potențialilor investitori care caută să exploreze oportunități de afaceri în România, mai ales celor care vor să se îndrepte spre sectorul auto și cel de producție?
Le-aș spune veniți mai întâi. Veniți pentru că aveți de ce. Veniți pentru că în România există oportunități și, la fel, nu sunt eu singurul care spune lucrul ăsta. Suntem convinși, noi am investit, grupul Renault a investit, investește și va investi în România. Și ca să dau și o dimensiune, vorbim de 3,9 miliarde de euro. Nu ne oprim aici, evident. Am lansat noua generație a modelului Duster, lansăm Bigster în vara, aproape de luna iunie, dacă nu chiar mai devreme, în România. Nu ne oprim, cum spuneam, aici avem 2 modele noi de segment C compacte în plan pentru următorii 3 ani. Pentru noi România e foarte importantă, pentru grupul Renault. Suntem convinși că vom atinge capacitatea maximă la uzina de la Mioveni. Avem, evident, un ecosistem de furnizori, pentru că cu fiecare loc de muncă de la Dacia generăm aproape 7 în plus în sistemul de furnizori, deci vorbim deja de, eu știu, aproape 100.000 de oameni care lucrează direct sau indirect pentru Dacia și, evident, alți furnizori sunt oricând bineveniți. La fel, în alte industrii, cred că au doar de câștigat. E simplu de venit în România? Nu e simplu. Dar dacă mă întrebați dacă e profitabil și merită, răspunsul este evident da.
Mă bucur mult să aud acest lucru. Nu mai avem foarte mult timp la dispoziție. N-am aflat încă cum ar putea arăta vehiculele viitorului și aceasta este o întrebare pentru dumneavoastră, domnule Albrisfeld. Cum va arăta mașina viitorului?
Mașina viitorului, da, noi facem piese pentru auto, cred că Dacia știe, poate că știe și poate să adaugă acolo niște lucrurile. Acum merge, da. Ce vedem noi ca mașină viitor? Este ce numim user experience. Asta este unul din puncte foarte clare. Adică utilizator, șofer, merge în mașină și vrea să aibă ceva, în engleză spunem user experience, asta este. It needs to look fancy, it needs to work fancy, it needs to be connected with everything, it needs to have maybe some blinking topics, it needs to have augmented reality. These are the things which we are also developing and also producing in Romania. So finally we have this. The next topic, what we clearly see is of course an additional functionality in the car. One major trend is clearly the car which is driving alone. So self-driving cars, this will come for clear. Now the question is how? Because there are different ways. On the one way we see cars with a reduced velocity, maybe in cities, just with 20-30 kilometers per hour, just driving amongst people, which can brake immediately. On the other hand, in a very structured environment, like a highway, where it's also very easy to follow other cars. So therefore, there we are also involved in a truck development project, where you just bring a truck somewhere on a highway, then it's driving 300-400 kilometers, and then at the end it's just taken by somebody else, a driver, just to bring it to the end. And if the long way traveling, this is done then automatically. So these are clear two directions. A third direction, which is then more the technology in the car, is cars which are defined by software. So what does this mean? We all know this by our mobile phones. Mainly, you as a user, you just realize in the next morning that just you need to push a button, or in the night there was an update of your system. So finally, today what we are doing is to have in a middle class, higher class car about 100 controllers. Everything is there in a controller. Everyone has some software in, and all these things are just is hardware. The easier way to faster develop a car, to just make it cheaper, is just to have there 3-4 high-performance computer inside, something like this, where mainly you just also adapt always the software by the air. And this makes the overall structure of a car, 16 kilogram of cables, much easier. And also maintenance in the car will become easier. This is what we currently see very clear. Another mega trend is everything will be more green. And also it's not just green, less CO2 consumption, but materials to be recycled. 100% to have everything in this car which you can reuse. Things like this, which we clearly see as a direction which is necessary for us to just be sustainable in the future. This we work already on, and our clear target is to just achieve this in 2050. And I guess also in Dacia we just hear mainly very similar directions. So that's mainly, I would just say, a car of the future. Other topics. With autonomous cars, the business model might change. Do I need to remain the owner of a car, especially when being in a city? It's somehow next generation mobility. Or I have an app, I just put there in when I want to go somewhere, I go down and there is a car standing. I use this car. And when I just am at my target area, I'm just getting off and the car is driving further. So currently we have, especially in big cities, the situation where a car is used 4% of the time. 96% of the time it's standing. And also with this you have very old cars, because the cars are always standing. They are whatever 15 years old, but they don't have very much kilometers. With this also the driving cycles and the change of the cars will be faster, having always more modern cars on the street. So all these things, I guess this will be a major part what we see, how things will just develop in the future.
Vom mai vedea de aici în 10-15 ani mașini pe benzină sau motorină?
Înainte să răspund, aș vrea să adaug ceva la mașina viitorului. Acum mulți ani Ferdinand Porsche a fost întrebat același lucru. Cum vede el mașina viitorului? Și a spus că nu știe care e mașina viitorului, dar dacă lumea se va termina într-o zi, ultima mașină, în opinia lui, va fi una sport. Ei bine, eu cred că penultima va fi una accesibilă. Nu spun Dacia, dar înțelegeți un debat. În 10-15 ani, dacă vom mai vedea mașini pe benzină, de la 1 ianuarie 2035, toate mașinile vândute în Europa vor trebui să fie electrice. Așa spune legea și noi trebuie să respectăm asta. Deci există un răspuns.
Dar aici avea cumva două componente întrebarea, respectiv va crește și apetența șoferilor, oamenilor pentru a ajunge să cumpere doar mașini electrice de aici în 10-15 ani? Pentru că, bun, înțeleg, atunci acea dată este data la care nu se vor mai fabrica, însă ele vor mai rămâne pe drumurile, cel puțin la nivel.
Sigur. Exact aceasta este dilema de care pomeneam la început. E o viteză de adopție a mașinilor electrice în viața reală, care nu corespunde cu scenariile un pic optimiste făcute la Bruxelles. Și în mijlocul lor e clientul, care evident își pune aceleași întrebări ca și noi. Noi suntem toți clienți de mașini electrice, termice, hibride și ne punem toți aceeași întrebare. E momentul să facem astăzi o achiziție sau mai așteptăm? Mai așteptăm ca să vedem suficientă infrastructură, suficiente stații de încărcare, un preț accesibil și așa mai departe. Lucrurile astea se întâmplă în timp. Dar ele converg deocamdată spre acea dată de 1 ianuarie 2035, când la vânzare în Europa vor exista numai mașini electrice.
Există prea mult optimism, doamna Cobinger, din partea Bruselului în această direcție despre apetența oamenilor pentru mașinile electrice sau doar sunt niște mesaje optimiste care ne sunt transmise constant?
Well, to be honest, I don't think there's such a big difference between hope that you spread and then the actions of the people, because it's very closely interconnected. And we see that at some point currently in Germany, where the mood is very reluctant to invest. A couple of months ago, it was not maybe entirely based only on hard data, but there's always a factor of feeling. Do you believe there will be a better future? Do you believe your investment is worthwhile? And that's why I think it's closely connected. And what's key, as I stated before, is the predictability. And I think in that sense, it's good that we have a European Commission that now starts and then will present clear ideas. And then we have more indications where the way of the next years will be going. And then, and if it's as expected, and a lot of measures go in the direction also of support of a green industry, I think then there can be a lot of reason to hope that things will move along once again. In any case, we have to. I mean, Europe has to try and has to do the best. And I think, as stated, we still have a lot of qualities in Europe that we shouldn't forget about, and that we shouldn't always look at the qualities of our neighbors and of new and emerging countries and regions. There are still a lot of qualities in Europe as well, and that we can be proud of, and where we need to also focus how to strengthen those strengths that we still have.
Doamnelor, domnilor, vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru prezență și pentru explicațiile pe care ni le-ați oferit astăzi. Vă mulțumim și dumneavoastră.
Vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru intervențiile valoroase. Noi o să continuăm. Revenim imediat, în câteva minute, cu sesiunea dedicată investițiilor în real estate. Imediat. O voi invita alături de noi pe Iulia Zabo, CBRE, moderatoarea acestei sesiuni.
Mersi. Sigur. Hi, Ashton. Hi. Very nice to finally meet you. Așa, facem un test. Se aude? Da. Acum? Hai acum mai bine, ca să... Nu? Would you mind standing up a bit just to take a picture with everyone? Hi, it's Robert. Thank you. We're gonna do it in English.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. For sure. For me as well. I'm scared of Romanian panels.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think I am I on?
So they deserve to listen here because they stayed all the time. This is the last panel, so now they can listen.
Alrighty, so let's get it started. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final session of this year's Foreign Investor Summit. We're going to keep it short and sweet. We have our distinguished panelists here. We have Robert Ionita, Group Legal Counsel and Corporate Affairs at NEPI Rockcastle, Heis Klomp, a Business Development Manager at WDP, Pietro Martini, Real Estate Consultant at North Bucharest Investments, and Ashton Topolinski, a Partner and Head of Marketing and Branding at Intero Property. I'll just bore you with some numbers briefly to put things into context. The investment volumes in Romania for the 9 months of this year have reached 660 million euros, which is a volume that exceeds the transaction volume of last year by 32%. Considering the improved market conditions, CBRE anticipates a total investment volume of around 800 to 900 million euros to be achieved by the end of the year. We'll focus today's discussion on the outlook for 2025, which remains positive, with a significant number of deals which are in advanced stages of negotiation and which are expected to be above the levels of 2021. Western Europe is still setting the pace as it's seen signs of improvement, and this has already translated into improved market conditions in markets in our region, such as the Czech Republic and Poland. And this is pushing the total investment volume in the region to 9.3 billion euros, which is a 36% increase compared to 2023. Robert, since NEPI has had a significant contribution to this 9.3 billion euros in the region, tell us a bit about your recent acquisitions, especially the significant Magnolia Park in Poland, and how does the retail market dynamic in the region provide a competitive advantage over the Western markets?
First of all, good evening. Thank you for the invitation. Sorry, it's a very small room. Probably that's why I missed. Okay, this is like, isn't it too loud? It's okay. Okay, because it feels like it's a bit too loud. Sorry. So I think being a general event, not only dedicated to real estate industry, I think it makes sense to speak a bit about NEPI, who's NEPI, and its recent achievements. I'll try to be as brief as possible because we have many things to be proud of. So NEPI is the largest owner, developer, and operator of shopping centers in Central and Eastern Europe. It is also the third largest listed retail property company in Europe, after Unibail and Klépierre. NEPI has a portfolio value of 7 billion plus, 56 shopping centers in 8 countries in CE, more than 300, I think it's 340 million visits in 2023. In terms of our recent achievements, and I will leave at the last the most interesting one, the acquisition of Magnolia in Poland. In order to make acquisitions, you also need to attract funds. So we had a very recent capital raise of 300 million. We also took a loan of this year of 450 million from IFC, and in addition to its value being the largest loan by IFC in real estate industry, so in addition to its sheer size, $500 million, it's also important in terms of what IFC means, meaning that they are looking to support growth in developing countries and make investments or support investments that have a meaningful impact on the society. So this speaks for the importance and significance of companies like Napier Rocastle and the real estate industry in CE. We also had a $500 million bond raise, unsecured green bond raise, and now we can move to what we did with the money, with part of the money. So our most recent acquisition is Magnolia Park in Wroclaw. I hope I'm not butchering the name too much. This is the third largest city in Poland with a population of almost 700 million. It's a 100,000 square meters GLA scheme with a very nice location, visibility, a very good shopping center. It was a 373 million deal. In terms of what is happening in Central and Eastern Europe versus its peers and competitors in the Western Europe, it's very interesting. And I have some numbers which I think speak for themselves. Meaning, if we look at, I mentioned that we are the third largest listed retail property company in Europe. If we look at our two competitors, Unibail and Klépierre, they operate almost, they have some properties still, Unibail in Central and Eastern Europe, I hope I'm not wrong. But if we look at the performance, so looking back 5 years, so just before COVID, they've lost their share. If you look at the share price, for example, they lost around 40 to 50%. If you look at NEPI, there's a 15 to 20, it was at a certain point, gain. So very big difference. The same if you look at their market cap. This is the situation. What are the causes? The causes are multiple. Some are internal, have to do with NEPI's NEPI's organization, NEPI portfolio, but some of the causes are external and relate to just being positioned in the CE. First, and very important, is the rate of the development, the economic growth in the CE country compared to Western Europe. This fuels our growth and other players in the market. If you look, for example, at the GDP in our two largest markets, which is Poland and Romania, this is projected to grow at a rate of 2 times higher than the average Western average. Then we have a growing middle class. We have which fuels demand, and in addition to the demand, obviously we have an increasing spending power. This contributes to the success of the retail in Central and Eastern Europe. Other elements that are noteworthy would be the role and the history of retail in Central and Eastern Europe compared to the Western countries. We don't have a tradition, or most of the cities in Central and Eastern Europe don't have a tradition in terms of high street, or they lost it. And shopping centers play a crucial role. They play a very important role in the communities. I was speaking with a friend who told me that his kids, some of you must have noticed that, how many kids Gen Z are in Promenada, right? Not only on the rooftop, but also the entrance. And he told me, my kids are visiting Promenada a lot, and I'm very happy with that because it's safe. I know that that's one of the safest places that they can be. Okay, they spend money, obviously, and we are happy for that. But he's happy to have them there, spending money in a safe, clean, and modern environment. Also, the ratio of modern retail space per capita and even per spending power, it's still favorable to see in terms of having growth potential. And these trends are likely to remain the same in medium to long term.
Thank you. That's very interesting because I'm now curious to ask Heis how the parallel, and still keeping it in the region, the parallel to industrial, and how do you see the differences from Western Europe to our region in terms of development, attractiveness of the sector, and future pipeline for the industrial and logistics sector?
Yes, I think broadly the picture is similar to what Robert just outlined, in the sense that, of course, we also in our industry, we feel that, maybe briefly about WDP, like indeed Robert correctly mentioned, some of you may not familiar that much with the Romanian market. So we are a company from Belgium, stock listed, like NAPI, warehouses the PAU, former family business, which basically became a listed business. Focuses traditionally on the Benelux countries, but now also Germany and France. And we have one presence in CE, which is Romania, which is interesting, of course, because it's like a bit of an island, but that has different reasons, with which I will not bother you. But we develop industrial and logistics premises. So we're a developer investor, very similar to NAPI, which is a bit, I think, the curse of the capital markets in Romania, that we have a very big presence of developer investors who basically develop and hold, which means, of course, less transactional activity than if you have more trader type of developers present. Putting that aside, the beauty of Central and Eastern Europe in our industry is that you have basically two pockets of demand. You have demand linked to logistics, that is broadly linked with what Robert is servicing, the retail sales. We have a positive correlation between retail sales and demand for logistics space. Of course, when we had COVID, there was a bit of a distortion there because it was even more pronounced because of the online retail, and online retail needs much more warehouse space than offline retail. Now that, I think, has stabilized a little bit, but nevertheless, the fact that retail sales are growing on the back of disposable income growth means there is good demand for logistics premises. The second pillar that we have, and which is very much different from our colleagues in Western Europe, is industrial, light production, because a lot of industry has been moved over the years into Central and Eastern Europe because of production costs. And unlike in Western Europe, where most of those premises are owner-occupied, and where that market, I would say, is shrinking, at least still now, in Romania, that segment is growing. So a large part of our portfolio is manufacturing, across a diversity of industries. And this is a major difference. I think another major difference with Western Europe, which we see in our sector, is that in Romania you can still develop. Because in Western Europe, speaking about the countries where we are present, in the Netherlands, it's almost impossible to develop at this moment. We had already very big limitations because of permitting, because nobody wants a box in their backyard. It's called even a term in the Dutch language, which is the boxification of the landscape. And of course, we try to make our boxes more interestingly. We have architects designing the facades more interestingly. We paint them differently, but still it remains a box which takes a lot of traffic into the neighborhood, and people don't like that. On top of that, we got the crisis with respect to electricity in the Netherlands. It's very difficult for us to get connected to the grid, because the grid is completely overloaded in the Netherlands. And that problem is now spreading also to Belgium, to a lesser extent Germany. So in Western Europe, it's development, it's very difficult. And if you can get a development going, it will take you a lot of time. While our market, of course we complain, and in certain cases, maybe in Bucharest for commercial real estate developers, with some justification that the permitting process takes more time than it used to take. But nevertheless, the permitting process compared to Western Europe in Romania is relatively quick. Much quicker, I would say. So if you have a zoning in place, you can get a construction permit within a very short time frame. And that means, of course, that we can anticipate demand much quicker and react to market demand. So if I come with a manufacturing business into Romania, I can really have a factory up and running within 12 months.
I'm very curious what Ashton has to say about permitting and constructions in residential, so hence the question. How do you see in terms of sustainability and long-term investments in residential, and how are you tackling these issues?
Yeah, well, obviously, this is a reoccurring problem for developers in Bucharest. But Intero is a family-run company, and we really do things the right way. We're very ethical. And we work with the mayor of each sector's mayors hand on hand. So we meet them face to face. We're not afraid to, ask the right questions and be completely transparent about what our mission is, what the design is, and we modify if we need to. For example, with Skylight Residence, it's our €1 billion gross development project value project, and it's the biggest project we have as of right now in the portfolio. But for this project, we worked very closely with Sector 2 Mayor, and we implemented educational centers, such as 150 spots in the nurseries and kindergartens, and also we are implementing a primary school with 150 spots. So we're going to be allocating around 300 spots for children. And this is something that we're more than happy to do, because obviously it's creating a better community. It's, you know, emphasizing the fact that education is very important, and this is something that we want to allocate in the area. This project's in Obor, and they do need more schools. So, you know, for us, we do have to be patient, of course, with getting the permits, but we have a very strong legal team. We know how the law works, and we work very closely with, you know, the bureaucracy with the city hall mayors. And so with persistence and time, we've just continued to get building permits. It's taken longer than expected, but, you know, as mentioned, other countries, it does take much longer. So we're very grateful that we're actually developing a country that it takes, you know, it can take up to 6 months to a year to 2 years, depending on the project, but it's much faster than many other countries like in Western Europe.
So you're saying that the added value that your projects bring to the community open doors towards discussions, easier discussions with the municipality.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
And on that note, I'm curious about Pietro's stance on this regarding residential sales and how people are getting to choose their next location, and maybe tell us a bit about what the North Bucharest Investments has experienced lately.
Okay. Thank you for the invitation, first of all, and thank you for staying till the last panel. To you. So we North Bucharest Investment is in Bucharest the biggest agency for real estate sale, buy, resale. Excuse me. For mostly for residential. We are pretty present in Bucharest. We have a big team, over 120 agents that are able to sell and for the client on point. Okay, so this is what we are really good in. The need in Bucharest and Romania is big. The numbers are increasing since years. We see still a monthly increasing, and still a big interest of the client and international investors, but also small investors. So we don't talk only about big holdings. We talk about investors that got interested for the yields here in Bucharest, get interested for the taxation system, got interested also for the quality that meanwhile Romania and Bucharest is offering. And if I can add a socio-cultural fact in Romania, there is this need to possess. Okay, so people don't want really to be in rent, so they prefer to buy an apartment, to get a loan, and to pay the bank, and to possess for the children. Actually, this is maybe the audience can okay, I see the heads, perfect. So this is a bit the mentality and the need, and this is for the residential real estate market really interesting. So we are talking now about the international investment and the prognosis for 2025. And as in one of the previous panels, I don't want to let out also the Romanian investors, that now the power, the buying power, the money power is increasing. It's increasing incredibly, and the will and the knowledge, the financial knowledge also. And what we have in Romania, and then I stop with this, is we have still really interesting a good frame. For investors. We have a good taxation. We have now developers, they are coming on the market that have Western European, American, Canadian standards. And this is what the investors now want. and are looking for. So the frame is good and the numbers are rising. So as a perspective for 2025, it's continuous rising.
Thank you very much. And since we're talking about taxation and interest rates, I'm curious to hear from Robert, considering the current interest rates and the financial markets, how are the financing conditions affecting the commercial real estate landscape, and are there any new financing models that are emerging that you see nowadays in the CE?
Most of financing now it's green linked. There is an element of environmental in there, which takes a few bips of the interest. So there's a mutual interest or the dual interest in promoting green financing. As I mentioned, our bonds were a green unsecured loan, the $500 million. Also the IFC loan had some green elements within it. Speaking of financing and trends, I have to think about inflation, which is one of the, if we are to talk about threats, if we look at threats and risks, that would be very, very important. Has stabilized more in certain countries than in other, but if you look at the Fed rate, which basically sets the trend in the whole world, it's still high. Okay, they decrease it only 25 basis points, which says something that they are not in a rush to decrease
Not
it.
as expected.
Exactly, not as much as expected. So inflation hurts retail property in two ways. First of all is the cost of financing, then the impact on the yield, the pressure it puts on the yield, but also erodes from the purchasing power. Being very well positioned, we managed, we were very successful in funding our operations and our acquisitions, but I think that the situation, times have been better for the players in the real estate market overall.
So you've issued bonds, you have a very wealthy development pipeline of around 800 million, if I'm not mistaken?
800 plus, 817 million, that would be the
Tell us
exact.
what you're going to do with the money.
Let's start with the most interesting one being here in Bucharest, Promenada extension, which is 282 million investments, just the value of the extension, which will add some 50,000 square meters to the existing property. Part of it will be represented by the office component. It's a very interesting and complex, not to say complicated project. It has the deepest underground, the deepest building basement in Central and Eastern Europe, 26 meters. We managed to reduce it to 6 underground levels, 2,400 car parking places. So it's a huge project, and we are quite excited about how it's going to look and what we'll do for the area. That's going to be the prime property in Bucharest and in Romania, probably, even if only in terms of the total investment value or market value. We are not only investing in Romania, but just to stick to that, to have some structured developments. We have another development in Galați, a retail park, 40,000 square meters, and it's going to have a residential component as well, a 55 million investment. We have just finished the extension of Ploiești City. That was really needed. We added also multi-level car parking, and now a very interesting investment I was discussing with Hais outside in Plovdiv, the second largest city in Bulgaria. 60,000 square meter GLA. We should start construction towards the end of next year. So that would be the development pipeline. And we have various smaller extensions and refurbishment.
So after Vulcan, you are into residential now.
Residential as well. We announced two residential projects, Galați and also Brașov. We are not going to become a residential developer. Don't worry, the residential players. It's a big market for everybody, even if, but it's an opportunity to develop, and it's a nice mix. Also in Craiova, we are going to have probably a residential component as well. In terms of investment, because I was listening to the numbers, the projected investment value in Romania in this year, it's So basically that's the same amount that NEPI has invested only in Poland in the last 2 years. I mean, this is something about the lack of liquidity on the Romanian market, and perhaps even the authorities should think why a player which is present in Romania chooses to invest almost 1 billion in another country. Because that's something, I don't know if you have anybody from the authorities here. We need to understand that there is a competition between us and the rest of the countries in attracting investment and capital, you know, and that's a game that is being played. We shouldn't fool ourselves.
On that note, I think interesting properties such as Dorali still make make a scene in our market. So I'm curious to hear from Heis the WDP's approach on future investments, and if this kind of product remains something that you'll still look at in the region.
Yeah, I think Dorali was a quite unique asset. There are not so many Doralis around, but I think, yeah, we are, which I like, frankly speaking, that we are a very pragmatic investor. So if it makes commercially sense and it fits our strategy, and there you can debate to which extent Dorali is retail or urban logistics. Of course, we say the latter. Robert may have a different opinion. It's kind of a blend, let's put it that way. So we look always at selected opportunities. Yeah, we have the luxury, like NAPI, that we are financing through our balance sheet. Again, also bonds, also IFC, EIB, EBRD, so the usual suspects, so to say. And that market is getting better again. Yeah, that you saw NAPI successfully raised money on the bond market, which was closed essentially. I think for 18, 24 months it was locked, yeah, because of the interest rates. Now that market is open again. But I think a very important point is, and it's for all of us, I think it's relevant, which you mentioned as well indirectly, is, and you also said it, Pedro, is the Romanian capital, right? I think if a market doesn't have local capital, it's always very dependent on foreign capital. And foreign capital is not loyal. Foreign capital will go where it gets the best risk-adjusted return, because it's anyhow outside of its home market, which by definition is your safest market, of course in EU country perspective. So you need to have a strong domestic capital basis. Look at Poland. Poland, it's a very big market till 1.5 years ago. By far the largest market in CEE. I think our colleagues in Poland, when I was an agency, they did more fees than all the other countries together, simply because of the volumes of transactions. But Poland doesn't have domestic capital. Yeah? For whatever reason, they never got strong local funds or REIT structure. Nothing of that exists in Poland. So the problem was, of course, that once the Ukrainian war started, essentially investors, which were mainly core investors, which we don't have in Romania, the real core investors from Western Europe, they withdrew because they got worried when they were investing in a country next to a conflict zone. So they withdrew, and liquidity in Poland fell off a cliff. I think now it's a bit recovering, but they had some very tough times in terms of liquidity. And Romania, we now start to see, thankfully, signs that there's a local capital market raising, which I think is naturally and will make the market much more stable, yeah? Because now we still too much depend on foreign capital. Yeah? And again, NAPI wants to rebalance its portfolio, wants to have more exposure in Poland, which is the largest market, and as a result, of course, they are choosing Poland over Romania. And other foreign players, for different reasons, also will look at other markets. Yeah? Thankfully, we are still able to promote Romania internally, and we don't have the issue that you have where you're overweighted in Romania. We still have it's our third largest market, Romania, so we're still open for business. But again, yeah, it's not good for the country as a whole, essentially.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned that Romania is developing more and more, and I'm curious to see how much of a discussion is the sustainability part, well, the ESG part. Mostly we talk about environment, less about social and governance, but how much importance does this play into your developments?
Well, it's a major part of our developments because it's mandatory. It's not something that we think about after the fact when we actually start building. We have to think about the strategy, the ESG strategy internally first. We're aware that by 2030, Romania has an agenda to hit a certain criteria. And so we're always implementing the best options for ESG. You know, whether it be BREEAM, or we're looking at LEED, we're looking at WOW, looking at EDGE. All of these international certifications are very important to us. And for example, for Skylight Residence, we're implementing BREEAM Excellent certification for both residential and office. Of course, NZEB, that's a basic, it's like the foundation of the ground, right? I mean, you can't build anything without that. It's very simple too. I mean, ESG is literally just making sure that the community is living a healthy lifestyle, that the project itself is operating in the best way possible, like in terms of a cost efficiency, in terms of a health point of view from a resident, and it's essential. It's one of the biggest strategies that we have in regards to implementing it within the design. And so I'm very glad that Romania is stepping up and being aware of some of these basic requirements in terms of developing. And we see this throughout all of our projects. We will continue to do this now, next year, 2030, 2040. And I think our residents are going to be very happy with the design that we're implementing. You know, it's something where we are not only, you know, elevating the lifestyle through design, but also the value of your apartment increases over time because the apartment is a green apartment. You know, not only are we investing in the project, right? We invest for the goodness of our residents, of course, but what's really great about investing in green buildings, green design, earning these certifications is that the value of the project increases, the value of your apartment increases. And so if you're an investor, acknowledging the fact that your project over the next 5-10 years will become between 10 to 50% more valuable. So if you do want to resell, that's something that's very important, right? And another thing is that as a developer, you want to make sure that the carbon footprint of every resident is tracked. So we have, for example, in our first luxury project called Pejurete Residence, all of our residents can actually track their usage of utilities. So with that, you can understand, do I need to use all these utilities, or can I cut my cost, save the money, so that number one, I'm saving money, right? But also, I'm making sure that I'm lowering my carbon emissions in the environment, so we don't end up like China with a big smog over our head, right?
That's very interesting, which brings me to Pietro, because I'm curious to see your how you see that translate into the demand of residential buyers.
So I agree totally. We see the need, also as I explained, the need on financial security, closing the gap to the Western European countries, also in terms of awareness of sustainability. So, and if we take now the movement M100, for example, that collects cities all over Europe that commit to a certain type of sustainability till 2030, 2032. And in Bucharest, the Primăria of Sector 2 was one of the first that joined together with 2 other cities. And this will bring, of course, I agree totally, an increasing of a value in selling, in investing, in investment as units. And the awareness, so this is super interesting for me to see the awareness also in Romania is not only from international investors, but the awareness in asking when we have clients, when we have customers, they want this. So it will spread a bit the scissor, in my opinion, between the developer, between the agencies, between the sales power that focus on this, and I call them old-minded now. This is not a nice word, but that keep trying to be, because the need in Romania is there. And we are going on a really good way, and I'm glad that in Bucharest at least Sector 2 joined this. Really modern with smart city concepts, climate neutrality, also in the quality of the buildings. So these are super nice concepts, and the clients demand this, and we see this in our work in North Bucharest Investments, and we can offer this. We can offer this working with the right developers together that offer this also.
So it becomes more, it prevails over all departments when you're speaking to someone who's got it.
So of course, because like she said, so as the people want to have it as an investment, they see also, okay, what are the factors that will increase this? the public transport, for example, the eco-sustainability, are the open spaces close to or not, green parks, and the sustainability aspect is one of the aspects that the people, the customer, the investors are aware that are an important factor for the increase of the yield, increase of the revenue when we resell.
And to keep it green, Heis, do you see nearshoring as being an effect of increased importance of bringing things closer so as to reduce carbon footprint and
I think nearshoring has many benefits, right? I think, I mean, globalization had one big benefit, which was lower inflation, yeah? And I think what you now see, of course, is to some extent protectionism. Think about the US presidential elections, of course. Trump will further, let's say, put potentially import tariffs on goods from the Far East and from potentially Europe, which would not be good, of course, which will fuel inflation, which is the interest rate risk. But on the same time, of course, you now see, of course, that countries are hedging themselves already against this. Like China is massively moving production, which is for Europe, to Central and Eastern Europe, mainly to Hungary, but also looking at Romania, Serbia, and for the US market to Mexico. And this has the secondary benefit that supply chains become shorter and more stable. Think about the problem with the Houthis in the Red Sea. Think about the problem that the Suez Channel got blocked with a ship. Think about COVID, when the ports in China were blocked and goods couldn't flow. But of course, it also means that environmentally, the carbon footprint of this production will dramatically reduce, which is a good thing, of course. And you have more reliability of production, and you keep jobs in Europe. So I think it's a great opportunity for Romania. I just hope, and to add a balanced note, I think that we were a very good destination. Yeah? I mean, personally, I'm focused mainly on Romania, so I always liked Romania, and I think there are many pros for Romania. Still, our main card, unfortunately, and we have to be realistic, is pricing, right? I mean, Bulgaria is cheaper than Romania in terms of wages, but on the other hand, Bulgaria is relatively small, languages are more problematic, distance is a bit bigger, etc. So I think Romania had a good position within the EU, and the EU is more important than it was a few years ago. People are reluctant to go to Serbia. Ukraine is no longer an option, so we were well positioned. But what we now see is that on the positive side, we see improving infrastructure. On the negative side, we still see that Schengen we are not in. I mean, not for road traffic.
Well, based on the recent news, today's news, we might have a nice Christmas present.
I really hope so, because I think for the industry, for manufacturing, this is crucial, yeah, the road access. And I think the second point that I'm worried about personally is the the growing non-competitiveness of Romania, yeah. We have had too high increases in minimum wages. Salary growth was too high. There is a lot of talking about higher taxation. And don't forget, Romania is relatively low, maybe in one aspect, corporate income tax, but Bulgaria and Hungary are lower. Yeah. So, and you can go on this. Yeah. And I saw some stats that compared to Hungary, we are not so attractive, if at all, anymore. Yeah. It's worrying.
Is Romania more attractive to foreign investors, rather than Hungary? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, in terms of cost, in terms of production, if I'm thinking, I mean, a manufacturing business, just to finish that story, indeed, you either have from the Far East coming back to Europe, but you also have, of course, from Western Europe going to Central and Eastern Europe. We see a lot of producers bringing production lines into their affiliates in Central and Eastern Europe. Yeah? And there, I think, you always look at the various countries. Usually it's a pitch process, there's a consultant appointed, and you look at various countries. And it's a ranking, right? You have energy costs, you have the cost of real estate, but the most important factor is usually the cost of people. And there, Romania is becoming rapidly less competitive. Yeah? And in some aspects, Hungary is better. If you look at cost of transportation as well, state support, right? I mean, in Romania, as far as I know, you don't really have one point of contact approach. In Hungary, you basically, if you come with a big car plant, you go straight to Orban's office and you get one person nominated who manages the whole process for your business. Yeah. I think there we should learn from this because, yeah.
Very interesting. Just to keep it green still, because I know NEPI is no stranger to green investments, wanted to ask Robert on their plans on green investments in their parks across the region.
Before I'm going to boast about our achievements in reaching a net zero portfolio, I want to add on what Heis has mentioned about the attractiveness of Romania. Fortunately, in retail, we are seeing a lot of good things. For example, the brand Lefties, which now they have opened at least, I think, 3 stores. This is an Inditex brand, the Inditex being by far the largest and most important player in fast fashion at the global level. They chose to open their first store outside Portugal and Spain in Craiova, in Romania. So that says something about how the Romanian market is perceived, again, by the largest player and the most impressive player, actually, in fast fashion. And now moving towards the ESG area, our most important project, I would say, at least this is my personal opinion, for us in reaching net zero in our portfolio, it's the investment that we have done in photovoltaic panels. We basically covered every available square meters of rooftops in our portfolio, 27 properties, in total approximately 40 megawatts, 35 million investment, which covers between 20 and 25% of our consumption, which is basically now it's entirely green. We went one step further with Craiova Promenada, which we opened in 2022. And in Craiova Promenada, we also covered the outside parking with the solar panels. Basically, you are going to be, and now I'm moving to another element, because there is an ecosystem here. You'll be able to charge your car with the sun that's above your where you're parking your car on the rooftop. And it's a double benefit here, because when you're parking in the outside, in the sun, in the summer, it takes a lot of energy just to take the heat out of the car. So just by having the car staying in the shade, that's a benefit. Plus then that we are harnessing the solar power and you can charge your car. So we are very well prepared, and we believe that this is going to be another significant market for us in terms of electric car charging. The traditional way of fueling your car doesn't work. Obviously, there are progress being made in terms of reducing the time of charging, but still, it's so much easier to go. You have something to do in a shopping center, you do some shopping, you watch a movie, you eat something, and you leave your car charging. We intend to roll out this project to the rest of the portfolio, and the last phase of our investment in the photovoltaics, it implies acquisitions of approximately turnkey projects ready to be developed. We announced 100 million investment. We are going to buy some projects which are going to cover almost entirely the consumption of energy in our portfolio in Romania, and then again in the rest of the portfolio in CE.
Thank you very much. Heis, considering your recent transactions, so we talked about Dorali, we all know about your industrial takeover of the portfolio. What are you looking at for next year? Are you developing, and what are the key elements for choosing the location for your next developments?
Generally, we follow the client. We specialize in, as we call, build to suit. So usually if the client says we want to build a factory in city X, we go with the client to city X. So we have a real national presence. We're not only in Timișoara, the usual suspects, Cluj, Bucharest, etc., but we are really nationwide. We have our biggest project, standalone project, is essentially in Slatina, where we have a very large warehouse for Pirelli next to the tire factory and connected with the tire factory, which is of course very efficient for the client. So we look at various opportunities now, partially as development, which is a market which is steady but a bit slow, I would say, in terms of build-to-suit requirements. We hope there will be some more action coming into the game when, let's say, companies from Western Europe really start to do this nearshoring, or other companies coming into Romania, because it takes a lot of time for that process to really gain traction. because of the supply chains that are involved. And we're also looking at some existing investment opportunities selectively. And to answer your question, what we look at anything which makes risk-return-wise sense. So it's a sale and leaseback, which is something which was very interesting in the past 2 years for companies who take real estate off balance sheet and rather rent it back. So to sell it to an investor and then rent it back for the investor. We did several transactions there. We're of course open to do more, but also to look at existing logistics properties that are available on the market. So we are, I think, quite broad. I think the most broadest company from our peers, interestingly enough.
Thank you very much. And to wrap things up, I'd like to ask each and every one of you, starting with Ashton, what shall we look out for next year, and any tips and tricks for what to expect?
Lots of tricks and tips. But I think I'll just end it with, we're very excited for this upcoming year. We're going to be delivering on 3 more projects. What we really like doing at Interior Property Development is creating a portfolio for people to pick and choose what they want to buy. And essentially with the market always being, you never quite know what's going to happen, whether it be building permits or inflation, which could happen because of Trump. Interior Property Development wants to always have the client in mind. That's the idea that we have. And the trick is that you want to invest and buy the right apartment for you based on your needs now and in the future. So that's what I have, and thank you very much for tonight.
Pietro?
Thank you. Perspective for 2025, we, as mentioned, we see and expect speed up of the growing that we saw now due to the really positive economic aspect. If Schengen it's happening, we see increasing of money power here, which is interesting also for investors, not only for reselling, but also for renting, for finding people to rent by, because it will be, if the interaction, if the economic interaction between Europe, Western Europe and Romania increases, we will have in Bucharest, starting from Bucharest, really increasing a need of work power, of people that live here, that stabilize here with their family. So we see this market, this real estate market, a residential one, in different aspects growing and speeding up, so exponentially in my opinion. Really interesting for the investors, and we can offer this as North Bucharest investment in each different parts. We have the connection, we have the really good, we have the manpower to provide this, and so the perspective is very good for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it will be yet another year full of uncertainties, right? I think if you look back, we have been on a roller coaster the past years with COVID, with the Ukrainian war, with the Israeli situation. So, and I don't think, I mean, after the elections in Romania, we'll have our own, let's say, the system will settle. We will have probably higher taxes in Romania. And on top of that, there is, I think, still this lots of uncertainty economically and politically, globally, I would almost say. But again, it seems that everybody has become somewhat immune to this, and business is going on as it's going on to a certain extent, of course. So, and I think at the same time, these times are always very interesting on a personal level for each of us, that we learn a lot from all these new challenges, and we learn to adapt quicker and quicker. So I look forward to next year in that respect.
Looking forward, there are some macroeconomic trends that are very, very important for our industry and for us in particular as a listed property company. I already mentioned the interest rate is very important, and interest rate in its turn it's influenced by several factors. The anti-globalization, that's not going to be good, imposing tariffs, that's going to trigger inflation, so that's one area of concern. The Ukrainian-Russian peace, the very likely peace, we need to see what that will entail, if it's going to be something that it's not going to create a bigger problem. At the same time, to end on an optimistic note, It created also opportunities. As a former risk and compliance officer of NEPI, I learned that risk management doesn't only mean protection, identifying the risk, but also looking at the opportunities that these events are bringing. And for us, if we look at the Polish market, as Heis mentioned, to return the favor of quoting experienced and competent people, Heis. Yeah, it helps. Perhaps some of the sellers had, among the many reasons that they had to sell, exiting the market, what's happening in Ukraine might have been something pushing them out and created an opportunity for us. So we look at everything as an opportunity.
On that note, final question for personal curiosity. I need to know what to focus on next year because I do investment. Which sector?
For us, it's going to be retail, but on the residential, we are quite, because I know that it's very interesting the interest that people have in NEPI's investments in real estate, and I think it has to do with and we realize this and we are really proud, probably the power of NEPI Rockcastle brand. I mean, the purchasers were mentioning this when we in Vulcan. So this is going to remain something very, very low in terms of percentage in our total portfolio, but we are really excited about this. And as a personal note, it is not investment advice, and it's a personal note. It's very interesting what's happening in Bucharest, because I was looking recently at some numbers, and I saw the average price per square meter. And if you put that near the average income per capita in Bucharest, I think that Bucharest is one of the cheapest markets in Europe, in a growing city, developing like Bucharest, which is really interesting, let's say.
Anyone wants to add anything else?
So the question was, if you want to invest, what you should do, right? so I talk now so call me. So call me first, okay? Then make investing off plan, put a small down payment, and call me again when you want to resell it with the yield at the revenue that you expect, and then this is safe.
Yeah, I say the same story to my clients. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you all. Enjoy your evening.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
How do you make an impact? How do you create change? Real, meaningful, positive change in the world around us. It starts with a truly diverse group of talented people, creating a workplace where everyone belongs and thrives. It starts with a hunger to learn, striving to develop our expertise and hone our skills, always wanting more. It starts with a shared purpose, to make the most of our energy and resources and build a more resilient and sustainable future. It starts with turning ambitions into actions, getting things done with speed and simplicity for our customers, our partners, our communities, making our mark on the world. It starts with open minds, thinking differently and deeply about how the world works and why, and learning every day. It starts with collaboration and trust, because when we work together, we make the impossible possible. Impact is not just for today. It's about generational change and leaving the world in a better place for the ones that come next. Because what we do today will change tomorrow. Schneider Electric. Impact starts with us.